So today, we're gonna try and finish the game we have been playing. Uh, I was gonna play yesterday. I had every intention of playing on January 1st because it was the new year, but I got a migraine and it was the worst migraine, um, I guess to start the year off with. So I ended up feeling too sick to play. Like I literally felt sick to my stomach because of it. Everything's frozen. Hopefully it's not really frozen. Okay. But yeah, I felt too sick to play yesterday, so I picked today. I'm starting a little later than I was going to because I had plans today. So originally I wasn't even planning on streaming today, but I have a mission, and tomorrow night I want to start Cafe Enchanté because I have time in the afternoon to play, so I want to make sure I can start it on time. My goal this year was to try to play one Otome game a month, and Cafe Enchanté is supposed to be January's game. I just didn't finish Winter's Wish as fast as I thought I would. I gave myself too much credit. Also, I'm wearing probably this incorrectly, just for the record, because I only ever wore it once, and that was just to try it on to make sure it fits, and that was it. So I got this a long, long time ago because I was obsessed with an anime called Hail Girl, and I wanted to cosplay her. And this looked very similar to like the kimono she wears. She wears multiple kimonos, but it always has flowers. It's always very dark, and I thought it was super pretty. And so I said I was gonna try and wear this on my last stream. So that's my goal. I put it on. We'll hopefully make this be the last stream. I don't know how late I'm willing to stay up. Midnight's usually my turn off time because I stay up late on average, and I need to be winding down by midnight. I still go to bed at 2 a.m. But we are going to pick back up. If I remember correctly, I didn't finish the chapter because I was tired. Maybe I should have paid more attention. Oh, I turned the sound down on this because last stream I did was the Otome reviews. All I did was click on audio and it's acting like it's frozen. Okay, cool. It's the second time it's frozen on me, so I'm a little scared. We'll see how it goes. But yeah, I did the Otome review. Year in review, games I'm going to be playing, games that are coming out. We did a tier list. It was super fun. I had a lot of fun doing it. So thank you everyone who joined me for that too. Alright. I actually can't remember what happened last. It's been 3 days. I can't remember what happened. Alright, as that happened, the troop of Blightfall became like a parade of demons. The specters had long since scattered, but an inordinate number of Blightfall followed us in their places. If I also recall correctly, people just keep turning to Blightfalls in this run, like everyone, and she was being paraded around. Because they were treating her like a villain because she was pretending to be someone else. So let's see. I was completely intimidated by the sheer number of black threads and Blightfall, which I had never seen before.
ダメだ。倒しても倒してもキリがない。
This is impossible. No matter how many times we defeat them, there's no end. And the Onyeobon still hadn't reached my side. The public parade had already finished rounding Castletown and Samurai Town and was now approaching the entertainment district. When this was all over, what would happen to me? I was so nervous that the sound of my heart pounding in my chest rang ominously in my ears.
So
I'm not surprised this crashed. It's not crashed on here. It's probably why it was crashing earlier. I need to probably just restart my Elgato. Let me just restart the Elgato. I'm pretty sure that's what's causing all of this. Because the Elgato, that's the second time it's done something weird. It just started without muting my thingamabob. Hopefully that fixes it. There it goes. We'll see. We'll see if it crashes again. Alright. And in this one, he's a straight Blightfall. In the previous game we played, he was not that, so it's about time. That was when Tenchibo stopped walking and observed his surroundings. The horse I was riding stopped simultaneously. What does he plan on doing? Oh, just for today's stream, I put my my drink in a glass. I don't have any teacups, I found out. As I watched over them, Tenchibo tied the horse's lead to a large tree. There are no trees that I can see here, but okay. Then he himself clung to it. What was the meaning of that action? After that, Tenchibo raised a single hand as if making some sort of signal. It's Hebe! At that moment, the surroundings bent and warped, and to my surprise, Hebe appeared. That man from the round of ghost stories. Hebe nodded slightly at Tenchibo and then turned his gaze to me. Unlike the other day, I didn't feel a hint of surprise or confusion from him. Rather, I felt a strange kinship with him. Huh? There's strings wrapped around Hebe's hands. It should have been cut during the ghost stories. Why is it still there? During all that, I see. He was never drawn in by that. It was all a ruse. During all that, Tenchibo waved his hand to a few spectators, left in the order to get their attention. During all of that, Tenchibo waved his hand to the few spectators left in order to get their attention.
さあさあさあ寄ってらっしゃい見てらっしゃい今宵の目玉のお披露目だ
Hear ye, hear ye! Come see, see the grand reveal of tonight's star.
猫又小僧瑠璃子の最後をお見せしよう
Let's all witness the end of the Neko boy, Oruriko. As soon as he made that announcement, the blightfall around us instantly disintegrated into black threads. What? This is one side that keeps turning. It's definitely. At the same time, an extraordinarily strong gust of wind began to blow. The wind was so strong that it felt like it would blow, like I would be blown away. Meanwhile, the scattering black threads started gathering towards Hebe. Apparently, he was the cause of the gale. Despite standing in the eye of the storm, Hebe looked unfazed and silently continued to absorb the black threads.
逃げろこのままじゃみんな食われるぞ
Run away! At this rate, we'll all be eaten. Where I was standing when I first put this on, so all the little things have shifted. Save me! No! Why is she screaming? But then I saw something I couldn't comprehend. Shockingly, the spectators hadn't turned into Blightfall. The spectators who hadn't turned into Blightfall were disintegrated into black threads. Even if they tried to escape, the wind knocked them off balance, making it difficult to run. My horse had its legs rooted firmly to the ground so that the wind wouldn't carry it away, and it couldn't move at all. Oh no, at this rate, I would be disintegrated into black threads. I lowered my body in an attempt to hide from the wind as much as I could, but with my hands tied up, it was only a matter of time before I fell off the horse.
Oh, めちゃくちゃ気持ちいい姫どんどん食っちまいな
Kaguya is way too happy. Alright, this feels so awesome. Keep on eating, Hebe. Tenchibo watched on with enjoyment. That was the reason why he had gone out of his way to latch himself onto a tree to prevent himself from being absorbed by Hebe.
一旦引け不用意に近づくな
Everyone back off. Don't be careless and get too close. In such a chaotic situation, the Onyoban couldn't even launch an attack. It seemed that they would pause their assault and retreat in order to protect themselves. Is there anything I can do? As I endured the strong winds, I did my best to observe Hebe. That was when I noticed that there was several black threads extending like shadows from Hebe's entire body. This had to be something that only my eyes could perceive. The threads were nimble, grabbing the people in Blightfall in the area and immediately turning them into black threads. There were moments where they would stop just for an instant, but it seemed that this entire mess was all Hebe's doing. As all that happened, more and more black threads tangled themselves around the horse I was on. Wait a second, if that happens, then... As soon as the horse was disintegrated into black threads, I was tossed against the ground. For a second, I couldn't breathe. But there was no time to feel pain. With my bound body, I forcefully managed to raise my face and saw Hebe slowly walking towards me.
これ邪魔だな。
Hebe's so cute, though. Like, right? This is in the way.
ああ、なるほど。やっぱりそういうことだったんだね。
I see. So it really was what I thought. Hebe took the gag away from my face and nodded as if he figured something out. I could no longer feel the raging winds that had been blowing earlier. It seemed that this was the eye of the storm. What do you mean?
君も白石の一族なんだね。糸、見えているんでしょ。
You're a member of the Hakuseki clan as well. You can see the threads, right? Huh? How do you...
でも、ごめんね。もう全部終わりにしなくちゃいけないんだ。
I'm sorry, but I have to end everything. It seemed that he had no intention of talking. After he cut me off with a murmur, Hebe slowly raised his hand. Then from behind him, a fearsome number of black threads crawled out. You're kidding. At this rate, I would also end up being disintegrated into black threads. I could technically move my legs, but it would be impossible to stand up with my hands tied. Is this really the end? I haven't even fulfilled my duties as a member of the Oniwaban. I want to be more used to everyone. I couldn't give up yet. Using my chin as support, I desperately tried to find a way to stand up. When, in that moment, a huge shadow flew in out of nowhere, cutting in between Hebe and I. It wasn't a shadow. Upon closer inspection, it was a large and ornate dresser.
これ、一体どこから。
Just where did this come from? For a second, I thought they were like snazzy dresser, like not an actual like dresser, but though it didn't hit him straight on, it was more than enough to surprise Hebe. The black threads and wind stopped too, as if they were mirroring his emotions.
今だ!
Now! He just picks her up. Then to my surprise, Ohtaro dashed in like a hurricane. Ohtaro scooped me up off the ground into his arms and started to run in order to distance us from Hebe.
お待たせ! 助けに来たよ!
Sorry for the wait, Leah. I'm here to rescue you. Ohtaro? Honestly, I didn't know what I was going on at first. I was being carried by Ohtaro. On top of that, he was smiling bravely in a way I had only seen from him in battle. Ohtaro, you're keeping yesterday's promise?
当たり前だろ。好きな子一人守れないなんてかっこ悪すぎるって。
Of course. It'd be so lame if I couldn't even protect the girl I loved.
それに、俺言ったじゃん。あんたのこと、絶対に守るってさ。
Plus, I already told you I'm gonna protect you. The moment he said that, a strong heartbeat reverberated in my chest. I know how to say it. As blood ran throughout my body, joy welled up inside me. All the anxiety from before was completely gone too. It seemed that somehow Otaro's existence had become a huge part of my life. It was in that moment that I finally realized.
変な顔してどうしたの? どっか怪我した?
I didn't turn this on. I was too focused on everything else today that I forgot. To brighten up my face so it stands out better. I really don't know how to wear one of these, to be clear. It's my second time wearing it. I watched a tutorial when I put it on. And it still doesn't feel right. Yeah, what's with that weird face? Are you hurt? It's nothing. Oh my god. Like Ohtaro, calm down. That's right. This isn't the time to be thinking about that. I don't need to think about how this guy makes my heart pound. More importantly, did everyone escape? Is Ruriko okay?
それなら大丈夫。Kinji がタンス投げてるの見てただろ。
Don't worry about that. You saw how Kinji threw that dresser, right? Kinji did
と
that?
にかく逃げるぞ。
Anyways, we gotta get out of here. Ohtaro hugged me tighter in an attempt to escape down an alley, but...
おいおい、主役を連れてくんじゃねえよ。せっかくの見せ物が台無しじゃねえか。
Hey, buddy. You're taking away the main attraction. Our show is all for nothing
いいぞ、
now.
日比。
Let's go, Hebe. Okay. Our pursuers wouldn't take our escape lying down. At the same time, Tenchibo darted forward. Hebe once again used his black threads to chase after us. The winds had already stopped.
ほら、ちんたら逃げてんじゃねえぞ。
They can get away like that? Hebe and Tenchibo's combined attacks came down at us, and Ohtaro dodged them at the last second. It seemed that part of his kimono was torn during the attack. Something fell out of Otaro's inner pocket. That's the heart pack he tried to lend me last time. When my eyes shot to it, I could see that the heart pack had been broken into two. It must have taken Tenchibo's slash. It didn't look like it'd be usable anymore.
今だ。全員で仕留めるぞ。
Now everyone, let's end this. The Onyoban would not let an opening like this slip away. As Tenchibo and Hebe focused their attack on Ohtaro, everyone ran up from behind.
さすがにこれはまずいな。日比、もう一度暴風を起こせ。
This isn't looking good. Hebe, make it storm again.
わかった。
Alright. Hebe slowly raised his hand and a strong gust blew harder than before. It took in the black threads that were still in the air, even blocking our vision.
俺から離れるなよ。
Leah, stay with me, okay? Right. No choice. I'm in your hands. A little while after we endured the winds, I raised my face when the storm subsided. The only people left standing were the members of the Onyoban.
あれ？敵はどこに行ったの？
Where did the enemies go?
どうやら暴風を目くらましに逃げたようだ。
It appears they used the storm as a distraction and escaped. The mass of Blightfall and spectators had been crowded together, were gone without a trace. It seemed they had all been absorbed by Hebe. For now the battle was over. But was it really? The next day, after we rested our bodies for a night, the Onyoban was called upon by Lord Yoshimun, and we gathered in the audience room. Riko stood in a corner, her face turned down, looking uncomfortable. She had been imprisoned by Tenchibo for a long time, but that probably wasn't the only reason she looked pale. And so after looking around at all of us assembled, Lord Yoshimun quietly nodded.
こたびの戦い、ご苦労であった。あれだけ厳しい状況の中、よくぞ人質の奪還を果たしてくれた。
I commend you for your bravery in battle. I'm impressed that you were able to save the hostage under such harsh conditions.
しかし、事件の全貌については、まだ大まかなことしか聞いておらん。とりあえず、昨日の件について報告をしてくれ。
I've only just been informed of the basics regarding this case. To start, give me a report of what happened yesterday. As Lord Yoshimun's order, Kyoshiro was the first to raise his head as if to represent us all.
結論から申し上げますと、良いか側は市中引き回しを利用して日比への強化を図った模様です。
To start from the conclusion, the Blightfall culprits used the public parade as a ploy to strengthen
過激
Hebe.
な見せ物で人々を焚きつけ、湧き出た悪しき感情ごと吸収する。おそらくそれが目的だったのでしょう。
Rousing people with an extreme spectacle and absorbing them, negative emotions and all, that was likely their goal.
犠牲者が出たと聞いたが、どれほどの者が命を落としたのだ。
I heard that there were victims, just how many people lost their lives.
正確な数は現在調査中です。多くの民が黒い糸に分解されて日比谷に吸収されたため、全てを把握するのが難しく。
We're still investigating. A large number of civilians were disintegrated into black threads and absorbed by Hibi. It's hard to get an exact
た
number.
だ、かなりの人が亡くなったのは間違いありません。
There is no doubt that a quite large number of people perished.
そうか。それだけ犠牲者が出たのには何か要因でもあったのか。
Is there any reason why there were so many victims?
やはりルリ子さんが客寄せとして利用されたせいでしょう。猫又小僧は町民に人気がありますから。
Most likely the fact that it used Ruriko in order to gather the guests. The Nekomate boy is popular with the public.
では、市中引き回しを先導していた男について何か分かったことはないか。
Is there anything we know about the man who was leading the public parade?
それは現在調査中です。
Is he gonna mention that he knows who
天
he
一坊
is
海
yet?
業という名は判明しているので、すぐに調べがつくかと思います。
That's still under investigation. Luckily, we know his name, Kaguya Tenshibo, so I believe we should be able to get results shortly.
なるほど。分かった。
I see. Understandable. After he heard that much, Lord Yoshimun finally turned his face to Ryuko, who was sitting in the corner.
では、ルリコと言ったか。そろそろそなたから話を聞かせてもらおうか。
Ryuko
表
was
を
it?
上げるがよい。
It's about time we hear from you. Raise your head.
はいクボ様
Yes, my lord. Judiko's head shot up and she corrected her posture. Likely due to the extreme anxiety, the second she met Lord Yoshimun's eyes, her expression became even stiffer.
そなたは囚われていた牢屋敷から忽然と姿を消してしまったそうだな。まずはその手口を聞かせてもらいたい。
I heard you suddenly vanish from the prison house you were locked away in. I wish to hear how you accomplished such a thing.
わかる範囲で構わん。堅苦しい言葉も今は必要ないであろう。そなたが話しやすいように話してくれ。
Anything within the scope of what you know will do. There is no need for formalities either. Talk in the way you find easiest. As he called, Sudiko looked up at Lord Yoshimun in surprise. Lord Yoshimun's words must have helped her calm down. She took several deep breaths and slowly opened her mouth.
私も詳しいことはわからないのですが、
Don't know the details
ま
myself.
ず外の人との面会が解禁された日に面会人の一人として天一坊が来たんです。順番はタツさんの後だったかな。
Start, the first day I was able to meet people from the outside, Tenchibo came as one of the visitors. I think he came right after Tatsunosuke. After Tatsunosuke? Isn't that completely different from the guard's testimony?
天一坊は他の人とは違って私が化け物になった時のことばかり聞いてきました。
Unlike the others, Tenchibo kept asking me questions about how I turned into a monster.
どんな状況だったのかとか何がきっかけだったのかとかよくわからないことばっかり言ってて。
He kept asking me bizarre questions, like what kind of situation it was or what triggered
そ
it.
れからしばらくして面会終了の時間になったことを見張りが知らせに来たんです。
A little bit after the guard came to let us know that the visitation was over.
そしたらあいついきなり見張りの人の頭を掴んで耳元で何かをささやいて、
Then he suddenly grabbed the guard's head and whispered something into his ear.
その途端見張りの人がおかしくなってしもべみたいに何でも言うことを聞くようになっちゃったんです。
A second later, the guard started to act weird. It was like he was a servant obeying an order.
もしかしたら何かの術を使ったのかも。その後は見張りの人に格子を開けてもらってごく普通に牢屋敷から連れ出されました。
Perhaps he used some sort of spell. After that, he had the guard open the bars and simply took me out of the prison like it was nothing.
私抵抗しようとしたんですけどすぐに殴られて気絶しちゃって遊郭に入る直前までずっと寝てました。
I tried to resist, but he immediately punched me and knocked me out. I was asleep until we were right about to enter the red light district. So that's what happened. Because the guard's testimony itself was a lie, it didn't matter how the visitor's right before was, who the visitor right before was.
なるほどな。ちなみに、見張りをしていた男とやらは現
By
在
the
どうして
way,
おる？
how is the guard now?
今も変わらず監視させておりますが、不審な様子は一切ないようです。ただ洗脳が解けた時点で、その時の記憶を消された可能性はあります。
He's being monitored, but he hasn't been acting suspicious whatsoever. It's possible that his memories were erased when his mind control wore off.
なるほど。それは厄介だな。
I see, that is quite troubling. Both Hebe and Tenchibo proved that the Blightfall didn't just rampage about indiscriminately and had a variety of tools at their disposal. With that thought in mind, our future battle could prove to be fairly difficult, much like the public parade.
それで、ルリコ。天一坊に連れ去られた後、そなたはどうしておったんだ？
Ryuko, after you were taken away by Tenchibo, what exactly happened to you?
その後は皆さんも知っての通り、議廊の地下に閉じ込められていました。
After that, as you're all aware, I was locked away in the basement of the
遊
brothel.
郭に入る時にもらった切手も抵抗している間に落としてしまったみたいだし。
During the struggle, I dropped the stamp I got when I entered the red light district. Was that maybe the safflower rouge ending up in the stamp? Maybe it hit her lip during the scuffle.
それからはつきっきりで見張られていました。表に誰かが来た時は
She was in a
さすがに
prison
天一番
cell
の
and
席
they
を
let her
外し
have
てい
her
ましたけど。
lipstick. You lost me. You've lost me. From then, they stood guard day and night. Tenchibo did leave when someone came to the front.
その時の会話は覚えておるか？
Do you remember the conversation from that time?
いえ、地下から聞いていたので、はっきりとした内容はわかりません。
I was listening from the basement. I couldn't make out the specifics.
ああ、そっか。あいつ、あの時の若いしか。
Ah, so he was the mill worker from last time.
そういえば、例の議論を最初に調べたのは、大太郎でしたね。その
Speaking
時、
of
不
which,
審な点はなかったのですか？
you were the first person to investigate the brothel. Was there nothing suspicious then?
どうだろう。記憶がちょっと曖昧な部分があるんだよな。
There's part of my memory that feels kind of foggy. Yeah, except we're still not over the fact that he said when he went to the brothel, there was nothing but a bunch of threads. He can't see threads. He shouldn't see threads. He shouldn't have said that. He's a flippin' liar.
それって、あなたも何らかの術をかけられていたのでは？
Could it be... Perhaps you were also put under some sort of spell.
あ、そうかも。
That could be it.
出し抜かれてしまったようだな。ルリコ、日比谷について何か知っていることはあるか？
Seems you were outfoxed. Suriko, do you know anything about Hebe?
知りません。それは誰でしょうか？
Who is that?
知らぬならそれでよい。では最後に、そなたが良いかになった時のことを聞かせてくれぬか？
It's fine if you do not know. Lastly, can you tell me about the time you became a Blightfall?
良いか。化け物のことですね。
Blightfall? You mean that monster? Noriko tightly clenched her fist above her knee and leaned forward a little.
正直に言うと、あの時のことはよく覚えていません。悪行がバレてタツさんに嫌われると思ったら頭の中が真っ白になっちゃって。
To be honest, I don't really remember that time at all. When they found me out and I thought that Tatsu would hate me, my heart became blank.
それでぼんやりとしていたら突然首の後ろに変な痛みが走ったんです。
And then as I stood in shock, I suddenly felt a strange pain on the back of my neck.
そこからはよくわかりません。むちゃくちゃに暴れ回っていたことはうっすらと覚えているんですが。
What happened after? I'm Not sure. I faintly remember that I went on a wild rampage, but
そうか。
I see.
首の後ろに走った痛みというのが気になります。推測でしかありませんが、それが良いかになるきっかけだったのではないでしょうか。
I'm curious about the pain you felt on the back of your neck. This is just a hypothesis, but that could have been a trigger to become a blightfall.
同意。痛み自体がきっかけなのか、それとも痛みを伴う何かがあったのか。情報が少ないから今は何とも言えないけどね。
I agree. Was the pain itself the trigger or something that accompanied the pain? It's hard to say for sure right now since we don't have enough information. It seemed that all of the Onryoban were lost in their own thoughts as the new intel was received. Of course, it was the same Fodoriko who herself was involved in the case.
もしかしたら天女の羽衣のせいかも。
Maybe it's because of the celestial maiden robes.
天女の羽衣
Celestial maiden
何な
robes?
のだそれは。
What is that?
少し前遊郭で流行っていた病気なんです。首の後ろから手首の先まであざができる病で。
It's a disease that spread across the red light district a little while ago. It causes a bruise to appear from behind your neck to your
お
wrist.
客さんにバレるとまずいから遊郭では口にすること自体がご法度になっていたんですよ。
They didn't want customers to find out, so it was frowned upon to even mention its name in the red light district.
ちょうど首の後ろにもあざがあったはずだから傷んだのはそのせいかもしれません。
I had a bruise right on the back of my neck, so it might explain the pain. A disease that causes a bruise in the back of your neck to your wrist. Was Tatsunosuke infected with the celestial maiden robes too, by any chance? I remember seeing a bruise like that before.
そうそう、タツさんもかかってたんだよね。でも私もタツさんもあざはもう消えちゃったんだっけ？
Yes, Tatsunosuke was infected too, but both Mai and Tatsunosuke's bruises are already gone. She's right. Yuriko's wrist is completely different from Tatsunosuke's. When he was infected, it's normal, clean skin. Tatsunosuke's mark had also disappeared when I saw him the other day.
なら、今回の事件とは無関係ではないですか？そもそも同じ病に罹患していた達之助さんが良いかになっていない時点で矛盾していますし。
Is that not unrelated to the case then? Tatsunosuke who had the very same disease did not become a blightfall? That is a contradiction.
あ、そっか。
I guess you're right.
今の段階ではルリコが良いかと化した理由を断定するのは難しいだろう。天女の羽衣については一応こちらでも手を回して調べておく。
At this stage, it's difficult to determine the reason behind Uriko's transformation. In regards to the illness, we'll send some men to investigate.
頼んだぞ。
Good. I'll leave it to you. Lord Yoshima nodded as if to signal the end of our topic and once again turned to face Uriko.
さて、ルリコよ。あとは、そなたの処遇を決めねばならん。
Now then, Uriko, all that's left is to decide your punishment.
はい。覚悟はできております。
Yes, I'm ready for anything. That was when Uriko straightened her spine with a stiffened expression. Though she had been able to relax during the conversation, it appears as though her anxiety had
結
returned.
果として我々に情報を与えたこと、そして猫又小僧としての行いで死者は出ていなかったことを考慮し、
Taken into account that you have provided us with information and that your actions as the Nekomate boy did not cause any deaths,
そなたの罪は帳消しとする。
I hereby acquit you of your crimes. The second she heard the verdict, Yuriko's jaw dropped. She must not have been able to react properly from the sheer surprise. For a while, she simply blinked.
いいのですか？
Are you sure?
ああ、そなたが死んでいたら、天一坊たちの手口もわからぬままだったからな。それに、良いかかの謎にも一歩迫ることができた。
If you had died, we would never have learned Tenchibo's method. Also, we are one step closer to solving the mystery of the Blightfall
し
transformation.
かしルリコよ、そなたはまだ天一坊たちに狙われている可能性が非常に高い。
However, my dear Ruriko, wait, I'll ship it. It's extremely likely that Tenchibo will target you again.
よって事態が落ち着くまでは牢屋敷にこもっていてもらいたいのだが、それでも良いだろうか。もちろん護衛もつけよう。
And thus, until things calm down, we would like to have you stay hidden in a jailhouse. Would that be alright? We will station guards, of course.
それゆえ安心して体を休めるとよい。
Hence, you should be able to rest, worry-free. At last, when Lord Yoshimun smiled, Yuriko's reflectively lowered her head until her forehead grazed the ground.
ありがとうございます、クボー様。この幸運は一生忘れません。
Thank you very much, my lord. I will never forget this debt. But strangely enough, I noticed that her voice and her expression seemed somewhat conflicted.
どうした？何か不服があるのならば遠慮せずに申してみよ。
Is something the matter? If you are dissatisfied with anything at all, do not hold back.
いえ、身に余る光栄です。
No, this is an honor beyond my status.
ただ、あんなことをしでかしておいて、そこまでしていただいていいのでしょうか。それに、どんな顔をしてみんなに会えばいいのか。
It's just, should you be doing so much for someone like me, who committed such crimes? And after all this, how do I face everyone? She must have felt responsible for what she had done. Ruriko's eyes welled up with tears as she bit her lip. Ruriko, when I saw her like that, I wanted to say something to her, but there was no way I could speak out on my own.
そなたも何か言いたいことがあるのではないか。
Leah, is there something you wish to say to her? What?
先ほどからもじもじとしておっただろう。見ている方がむずがゆくなる。
You seem
言いたいことが
restless
あ
for
る
a
な
while
ら
now.
言うがよい。
I'm getting antsy just looking at you. If you have something to say, you should just say it. Well, when I looked around, everyone in the audience chamber was watching. Now that it had come to this, there was no way I could stay silent. I worked up my nerve and opened my mouth once more. Buriko?
何？
What? Both the brothel and Tatsunosuke are fine. Everyone was just worried about you. Especially Tatsunosuke. You should have a long talk with him. Even now, I think he is still waiting for you to come back. But Ruriko lowered her head with an indecipherable expression and didn't even try to answer me. I didn't need to tell her any of that. Ruriko already knew. She just couldn't sort through her emotions. Ruriko, I'll return this to you. At that point, I took out the stamp still in my pocket and handed it to Ruriko. It had helped us pinpoint Ruriko's location, but there was no point in me continuing to hold on to it.
これ、切手？別に私のものじゃ。
This is a stamp? It's not as if it's mine. Actually, I think this is probably the one that you had. That's your lipstick mark on here, see? I pointed out where the saffron rouge had stained the wood, and she stared at it as if she was boring holes with her eyes. Ruriko, you mentioned before that you were the only person in Edo who had safflower rouge, right? So it's left a strong impression.
タツさんがくれた紅だから。
Tatsu gave me that lipstick.
本当はこの紅、普通の赤い色をしているんだよ。だけどたくさん重ねてみたら、たまたま緑っぽい色になって。
This lipstick is actually a normal red color, but when I tried applying lots of layers, it just happened to turn into a greenish
それ
color.
がタツさんのものになった証みたいだと思えて嬉しかったから、ずっと続けていただけ。
It was like proof that I was Tatsu's. That made me feel happy, so I just kept on doing it. Ruriko, you're wearing the lipstick today too. When I pointed that out, Ruriko placed a hand against her mouth, surprised.
ならば、そなたの心はもう決まっているのやもしれぬな。
Then I suppose your mind may already be made up.
犯した罪とどう向き合うかは、そなた自身が考えていけばよい。それが、そなたにとっての償いとなるであろう。
How you wish to face up to your crimes is something you will have to decide. In a sense, that will be your atonement.
久保様
My lord.
ではそろそろ休ませてやるとしよう。ルリコ、もう行ってよいぞ。
It's about time we let you rest. Sudiko, you may go now.
はいありがとうございます
Yes, thank you very much. Riko then gave a low bow before she walked off. After we saw her off, Lord Yoshimun faced us anew.
さて、そろそろ本題に入るとするか。
Now let's start the main
こ
topic.
たびの戦い、ヒビエという名の良いかが現れたことを、そなたたちも知っておろう。
You are all aware that the Blightfall named Hebe appeared during the battle, correct?
はい。それはもちろん存じております。
Yes, we are aware.
実のところ、ヒビエは、俺がずっと探し求めていた
To tell the
神な
truth,
る良いかなのだ。
Hebe is the divine Blightfall I've been seeking this entire time. We all froze, with our mouths agape at Lord Yoshimun's sudden revelation. I feel like that's not true. But among them, superiors like Kyoshido maintained their calm expressions. It seems that they had already knew about this. Is Hebe a god?
ああ、ヒビエはもともと白石の一族に祀られていた縁切りの神であった。半神である縁結びの神、ヒビナと共に暮らしておったのだ。
Yes, the Hakuseki clan originally worshipped him as the god of broken bonds. He lived with his other half, Hibina, the god of forged
しかし、
bonds.
ヒビエはある時を境に良いかへと変じて姿を消してしまった。
One day, Hebe turned
江
into
戸
a
で良いか
Blightfall
が
and
見られるよう
disappeared.
になったのはそれから。
After that, Blightfall began to appear in Edo.
故にお庭番の上層部では神なる良いか、ヒビエこそが良いかを大量に生み出している要因であると考えていた。
Therefore, the upper echelon of the Oniwaban believed that the divine Blightfall, Hebe, is the one responsible for this lord's large influx
お
of
庭番の
Blightfall.
真なる目的は良いかを倒すことだけではない。神なる良いかであるヒビエを討伐することなのだ。
The Oniwaban's true objective is not just to defeat Blightfall, it's to eliminate the divine Blightfall
こ
Hebe.
の10年間、かの神の姿を一度たりとも捕捉できていなかったゆえ、諦めかけていたが、それが今回、ようやく果たされた。
In these past 10 years, we failed to catch even a single glimpse of that god. All seemed lost, but this time we finally accomplished it. I unconsciously took a gulp after hearing the Oniwaban's true objectives for the first time, and at the same time, I understood that though the Oniwaban had a long history, that this would be a vital opportunity for the organization.
しかし、なぜ今になってその話を。百物語でヒビエと遭遇した際には何もおっしゃっていなかったのに。
But why tell us now? When we encountered Hebe during the round of ghost stories, he hadn't said a word.
あの時点では、ヒビエと名乗る良いかが本当に神なる良いかなのか断定できなかった。
At that point in time, I couldn't determine whether that Blightfall calling himself Hebe was actually the divine Blightfall.
しかし、市中引き回しの一件で確信した。あやつは間違いなく
I
我
became
々が探し求め
convinced
ていた神なる良いかだ。
during the public parade he is undoubtedly the divine Blightfall we are seeking. I just realized that this is in my background. That is a Swifter duster thingamabob because I was dusting this the other day. I didn't finish cleaning up, I guess. I moved my sleeve. These sleeves are extremely long, and I just have them like laying in my lap so that they don't touch the ground while I'm sitting.
普通の良いかがあんなに無茶をしては壊れてしまう。多くの人の感情を受け止めるだけの器がないのだからな。
If a normal Blightfall were to pull off a reckless stunt like that, they would break, but they didn't have the capacity to hold that emotion of so many people.
人の願いを糧に生きる神だからこそ、 あそこまで無尽蔵に人々の思いを吸収できたのよ。
He is a god who feeds on people's wishes, and as such, he is able to absorb people's feelings without limit.
では、日比谷を止めなくては、良いか騒動に解決はないのですね。
So unless we're able to stop Hebe, the Blightfall incidents will not be resolved.
その通りだ。
Precisely.
でも、日比谷って良いかなんですよね。百物語で会えたのだって偶然だろうし、狙って倒すのは難しいんじゃ。
But Hebe is a Blightfall, right? We were only able to meet him during ghost stories by chance. Now you're saying we need to track him down and defeat him? That's true. Even if we did the 100 ghost stories again, it's not certain that he would show up. And we encountered him yesterday because Hebe, no Lord Hebe, happened to be participating in the operation on the Blightfall side.
それなら別の人物を狙えばいいだろう。
So then we should just target someone else.
日比谷のように神出鬼没でもなく、肉体も確実に存在する人物といえばわかるだろう。
Someone not as elusive as Hebe. Someone with a real physical body. You all know who I'm talking about, right? It was a leading question, and with that exact person appeared in my mind. It was Kaigo Tenchibo. Our target was decided. From that day, the Onyoban began using various methods of investigation in order to capture Tenchibo. Among us, Ohtaro and I were in charge of collecting information in the entertainment district. That was why we were at the red light district today. We determined it was more than likely that people had witnessed Tenchibo around the brothels where Ririko had been imprisoned. However,
そもそも人がいないんだよな。
there isn't even anyone here. It's time for the daytime open house, right? It should be lively with customers. But there were so few people I couldn't have mistaken it for a place I'd never been. There were so few people I could have mistaken it for a place I'd never been to before. There were some stores open, but the only people standing in front of the displays were the owners of the brothels.
おやさん、今日はどう？儲かってる？
Pops, what's going on? Making bucks?
ガランド落とした道を見りゃわかるだろう。昨日の今日で遊郭に遊びに来るようなバカはいねえよ。
What does it look like?
Look
at these empty streets. Ain't nobody stupid enough to come here after what happened yesterday. Too scared of getting eaten. Jeez, what's a guy supposed to do? And then the brothel owner let out a big sigh and returned inside. Unsurprisingly, yesterday's public parade had caused many citizens to hole up inside their houses. The courtesans in the displays weren't calling out to customers either, probably because they didn't want many people to come. To think that the world would change this much in just one night. We have to solve this case quickly. The people of Ito won't be able to live their lives. An opening. What? As I thought that, Ohtaro gently chopped my head with his hand. What Ohtaro?
眉間のシワ、すごいことになってるぜ。昨日夜通しで任務についてたし、さすがに疲れちゃったか？
You had some mad wrinkles on your forehead. Are you tired? You're up all night yesterday on a mission. I had been awake all night in Ruriko's place, on top of what happened during the public parade. Despite taking my time to rest all night, my fatigue had not been completely lifted. Yeah, I'm a little tired.
やっぱり。なら休憩しといたら？その分俺が頑張るから大丈夫だって。
Thought so. Why don't you take a break? I'll take over for you. Don't sweat it. No, I'll work hard too. Everyone in the Onyoban's working through their fatigue. I can't be the only one resting.
そうか？そもそもの体力が違うんだし、気にする必要はないと思うんだけど。
You sure? I mean, we have different stamina. I don't think you need to worry about it. How about you, Ohtaro? Don't you need to rest? It's such a grueling battle. You must be tired too.
まあな。
Well, yeah.
でも俺、ルリコの監禁場所にも気づけなかったし、今回はいろいろと失敗しちゃってるじゃん。だから人並み以上に頑張らないと。
But I didn't notice Rodrigo was locked up, and you know how I've been screwing up recently. I have to work harder and make up for that. That's because you are the mole. You are the X-Man.
それに、好きなやつにはいいところ見せたいじゃん。
He's blushing. Besides, you can't blame me for wanting to look cool in front of someone I like. Huh? After murmuring the last part to himself, Ohtaro walked deeper into the red light district. Perhaps he was feeling embarrassed. Ohtaro was covering his mouth with his hand. What was that just now? He spoke those words so casually I was frozen in place. There was a bizarre feeling, like a tightening in my chest. My chest again. It happened before, but it's becoming stronger since the public parade. This feeling, is it really... Leah, what are you standing around for? Before I could start thinking about it, Ohtaro turned around from further down the street and waved his hand at me. It's nothing, I'm on my way. Snap out of it, girl. I have to focus on my mission. For now. After that, Ohtaro and I just did our best to talk to a few pedestrians that were there. Surprisingly, we managed to learn a few things about Kaigyo Tenchibo. That he was a Yamabushi monk, that I thought we already knew that. Sorry. That he was in the middle of training, but he occasionally came down from the mountains and sold medical herbs. And that he had deluded himself into thinking that he was Lord Yoshimon's illegitimate son.
なんか、思ってたより簡単に情報が手に入ったな。
It went easier than expected. There weren't even that many people around. If wonder if Tenchibo was famous.
まあ、吉宗様の娯楽院を名乗っているなら、嫌でも目立つだろうけど。
It'd be hard to forget someone who introduced himself as the illegitimate son of a shogun.
この分だと、他のみんなもたくさん情報を仕入れてそうだよな。一旦帰って情報共有するべきかも。
At this rate, the others should get lots of intel too. We should probably go back for now and share our information.
ちょっといいかい?
Excuse me. That's when a familiar courtesan called out to us from a display nearby. She was Okuni. If I remember correctly, she talked to us during the incident with Uriko. Hello, I'm glad to see you're doing okay.
ああ、おかげさまでね。
Yes, thanks to you.
それより、あんたも大変だっただろ？昨日、ルリコの代わりに市中引き回しに参加していたじゃないか。
More importantly, you had a hard time yourself, didn't you? Weren't you participating in the public parade in Uriko's place yesterday? Huh? My mind stopped for a brief moment. There weren't that many people at the scene who would have noticed that I had been substituting for Uriko. In fact, everyone in the Onryoban had been out of Lord Hibi's reach, and so they hadn't noticed at all. Anyone who was close enough to me that they could see that I had switched with Uriko should have been absorbed by Lord Hibi. Why would do you know such a thing?
そりゃ、私も最前列で見ていたからさ。同じ義楼で暮らしていた者同士だ。最後くらいは見とってやらなきゃと思ってね。
Because I was watching from the front row. We were living together in the same brothel. I thought that I should at least see her last moment.
結局ルリコはいないし、よくわからない感じで終わっちゃったけど。
But in the end, Ruriko wasn't there and it ended in such a bizarre way. Okuni, I'm surprised you're safe.
あの時は、さすがの私もヒヤヒヤしたよ。これも、日比恵が見逃してくれたおかげだね。
I don't think you should say that to me, Okuni. I thought I was a goner for sure. I'm still here thanks to Hibi overlooking me. Hibi?
ちょっと待てよ。あんた、日比恵のことを知ってるの？
Wait a sec, you know about Hibi?
ああ、知り合いだよ。
Yes, we're acquaintances. Okuni nodded as if it was a given. The divine blightfall that even the Oniwaban and deemed impossible to meet willingly. She was somehow acquainted with such a being? Just who exactly was she? Ohtaro and I naturally tensed up and Okuni squinted her eyes
日
nostalgically.
比とはちょっとだけ一緒に暮らしていたんだよ。あれは一月前のことだったかね。
I lived with Hebe for a little while. That must have been, maybe a month ago? On that day, Okuni had opened the paper door to her room and was spacing out while enjoying the view outside. Usually, all she could see were the lively streets of Red Light District, but something was clearly different that day.
人がいる?
Someone there. When Okuni happened to look right next to her, a ghostly man was standing still on top of the roof. Without noticing Okuni, he was staring out into the distance without blinking. He just blinked. His side profile was so beautiful that she couldn't hold back her sigh.
幻覚じゃないよね。顔色は悪いみたいだけど、影も形もしっかりあるし。
An illusion? No, it's real. He looks a bit unwell, but I can see his shadow and form.
ねえ、あんた、そんなところで何しているんだい?
Hey, you. What are you doing up there? When she nervously tried to call out to him, the man jumped and turned around, and then looked at Okuni with eyes full of fear.
気がついたらここにいて。
Before I knew it, I ended up here.
どうして? わざわざ屋根の上に乗る必要はなかっただろ?
Why? There's no reason to go out of your way and stand on the roof, is there?
それはここから居心地良さそうな気配を感じて。
Well, I could feel a comfortable presence from here. And after he muttered that, the man slumped his shoulders dejectedly. He looked like a lost
行くと
child.
ころがないのかい?
You don't have anywhere to go?
なら、私のところに来る?
Do you want to come with me?
いいの?
Is that okay?
狭い座敷だけど、あんたの寝床くらいは確保できるさ。ちょいとばかし面倒な商売はしているけど、それはまあ我慢してもらうとして。
It's a small room, but it's enough space for you to sleep at least. I'm in a bit of a troublesome business, but, well, you'll just have to put up with that.
まあ、詳しい話は中で聞くよ。そうだ、あんたの名前は?
Anyways, we'll discuss the details when you're inside. What's your name, honey?
日比へ。
Hebe. I didn't have to put question marks, I feel like, above them. After that, Okuni and Hebe's bizarre collaboration began. Collaboration? Unlike normal human, Hebe didn't need to eat or to rest, and he could also turn invisible like a ghost. Thanks to that, Okuni also was able to keep Hebe a secret from everyone while hiding him away. And then, after spending a few days with him, perhaps because they were getting closer and closer, Hebe started to talk about himself in bits and pieces.
普段の僕は心の中が憎しみでいっぱいになっているんだ。
Normally, my heart is always full of hatred.
それでふと気がついたら、憎しみと残留思念が結び合って、良いかが生まれてしまう。本当はそんなこと。
By the time I notice it, my hatred and emotional imprints tie together and give birth to a blightfall, even though I didn't want to do anything like that.
仲間に気持ちを打ち明けても全然聞いてもらえないんだ。彼はもっと良いかを生んでほしいみたいで。
Even when I confessed my feelings to my friend, wink wink wink, he didn't listen to me at all. He wants me to create more blightfall, I
だ
think.
からここでずっと暮らしたい。お国のそばにいれば糸で縛り付けられていても大丈夫だから。
I want to live here forever. Oh my gosh. Asia, I didn't see your previous statement. Did any stupid writing happen in this route so far? So far, it's really just been flashbacks mostly. Like, it's them reviewing what happened previously, and they just ran I'm still in the same chapter when we were here last time. It's still 5. Oh, I hit the wrong one. Yeah, we're still in chapter 5, so it should be near the end though, because we're pretty far into chapter 5. But so far nothing really has happened. Okuni straight up goes like, yeah, I live with Hebe for a little while. We're friends like that. So this is the weirdest route we've had so far. I'm still confused. I want to live here forever. I'll be fine if I'm by your side, even if I'm tied up by the threads. But living with Hebe was not easy for Okuni. Whether or not it was due to staying with an entire entity like Hebe, Okuni's health had slowly began to worsen. At times she would even lose some of her memories. He must have noticed what was happening. I remember I fell asleep during the other end of the stream for Ohtaro. I think that's what happened with us. Or I think I said the same thing. I'm like, you know what? I was going to play longer, but I'm getting sleepy. I think it was not all that... Even though they're in the middle of a fight, it wasn't all that interesting. I'm still confused with how this route is going. It feels more fan fiction-y than like story. I hope it's not like oh, whoa, did I just mess this up so much? Hang on, let me fix chat. Chat is far too over. About there, I'm gonna go with. Okay. But yeah, I'm still confused. Because like, they just got her back. They didn't even stop the procession from happening. It got to the very end of the procession before they did anything. Hebe showed up. Hebe started turning everyone into Blightfalls or into black threads, and that was it. And then they left. and then we just had basically everything since then has been reviewing what happened. And I'm like, dude, this is the first new bit of information, but it's honestly not new because we learned this in Kinji's route, technically. So this isn't even new for us. We already knew all of this. He must have noticed what was happening. Yet another few days after that, Hebe suddenly disappeared. How curious. Okuni had reunited with Hebe a month later, just the other day. When she went to go watch the public parade to witness Uriko's final moments, Hebe had appeared. Worse yet, Hebe was being ordered by his friend to attack more and more people, which he's admitted he's not the biggest fan of. Friend is a very loose word. Hebe? Is that you? Just what are you doing? Why did you disappear without saying anything? I tried to call out to him from the crowd, but Hebe didn't react at all. I'm here for Okuni's redemption arc in this route. Like, let's not kill her. Let's let her be a real girl this time. My voice should be able to reach him. Could he have lost his sanity because of those threads he mentioned? As Okuni thought that, more and more spectators around her disintegrated into black threads. The same threat was also approaching Okuni. Hebe, be strong. Remember who you are. Remember that you don't want to do this. I'm begging you, Hebe. Oh, we get to see his legs in this. He is floating. I feel like they should have maybe been a little bit higher. At that last minute, Hebe noticed me. I'm still here thanks to that. Was that what happened? Speaking of which, during the public parade, Lord Hebe seemed different for a split second. I guess that was because of Okuni. I hadn't imagined that we would get information on Lord Hebe in a place like this. First off, do not judge Okuni like that, okay? She is the hottest. and evil, but she's hot, so she gets what she wants. When I first heard about it, I even almost mistook Okuni for an enemy. She is an enemy. She's evil. In the end, Okuni and Lord Hibi had simply connected as people.
どういうことなんだ？つまり日比恵は江戸の制服に乗り気じゃないわけ？
Shouldn't be having these conversations with Ohtaro in the room, man. He's not a good guy either. Let me get this straight. So Hibi isn't on board with taking over Edo? But now that you mention it, there was still a thread from the Hakuseki clan around his finger, even though it snapped so quickly during the ghost stories. If what Okuni is telling is true, someone might be forcing Lord Hibi to obey their commands with that thread.
え、そんなのあった？
He had something like that on him? Just happened. Nothing. Okay. The thread was hard to see because it was white, but
おいおい、マジかよ。じゃあ日比恵はそんなに悪いやつじゃないってことじゃん。
whoa, whoa, are you serious? That must mean Hibi isn't that bad of a guy.
これはますます天一坊を捕まえなきゃいけなくなってきたな。
All the more reason to capture Tenchibo and you, Ohtaro. You too. With the new information obtained from Okuni, it became clear that who our true opponent was. This is a matter we absolutely need to share with the Oniwaban.
よくわからないけど、あんたたち日比恵を止めようとしているのかい？
I don't quite understand, but are you two trying to stop Hibi? Yes. That was all I could say to Okuni, who was an outsider. Seeing how Ohtaro and I didn't attempt to say any more than that, Okuni gave an understanding nod.
そうかい。だったら日比恵を助けてやってくれ。
I see. In that case, please save Hibi.
一緒にいたのはたったの数日だったけど、あの人が辛そうにしていたのが今も忘れられないんだ。
We were only together for a few days, but I still can't forget how pained he was. Okuni clasped her hands in front of her chest as if to hold back the emotions that were welling up. This poor woman. Never gets a break. There was still an bell hour until our usual meeting for Onioban. I used that small slice of time to go to the reference room in the base. After hearing Okuni's story, there was something that I could not stop wondering about.
どうしたんだよ。急にこんなところに来てさ。
Leah, what's wrong? What are you doing here all of a sudden? I wanted to do some research on the threads. Lord Hibi, who didn't actually want to seek revenge, was bound by threads. When I reached that conclusion, I realized that I barely had any knowledge of the threads of the Hakuseki clan. I used it without a second thought during the round of 100 ghost stories, but just what kind of sorcery made it possible to restrict someone by tying a thread? I'm doing this on my own. It's okay to go rest up. I'm sure you must be tired from walking all day.
うんうん。俺も付き合うよ。確かに糸のことはちょっと気になるし、あんたのことも手伝いたいからさ。
Don't let your feelings for him cloud your judgment. He's going to try and ruin you. I'm dying. I'm just dying inside. No, I'll go with you. I'm pretty interested in the threads too. I want to help out. Thank you. I felt pathetic that I couldn't look directly at the bright smile on his face. I was happy that he was being kind to me, but with how my feelings had changed recently, I felt oddly nervous. I should stop thinking about Ohtaro. In any case, I should be researching the threads right now. When I strained my eyes and looked, I spotted some documents pertaining to the Hakuseki clan in the shelves. I immediately reached out for them.
なになに？俺にも見せてよ。
Ooh, what is it? Show me too. And straight away, Ohtaro innocently leaned his body towards me to get a look at the documents. When he did so, his fluffy hair tickled my cheek. So close. His hair is so soft. Calm down, calm down. I became desperate, focusing on the documents in my hand so that my heart wouldn't be led astray. What was written on the first page could be summarized as thus. The Hakuseki clan was born with a god-given destiny to defeat the Blightfall. It is said their hair and skin are pure white to represent the divinity inside of them. Long ago, they settled sparsely across the country. One day, they began returning to their homeland. However, they eventually perished. Their signature powers was the snow sacrament, which allowed them to exercise corruption and the ability to see emotions as threads.
ここはじっくり読まなくてもよくね？最初に吉宗様が説明してくれたじゃん。
Can't we just skip this bit? Lord Yoshimune explained all that when we first started. You're right, let's move on. It is said that the members of the Hakuseki clan mostly relied on the production of silk to earn a living. Their pure white silk appeared as though they had woven their hair into it, and aside from being used in textiles, were also prized as warding charms. They were imbued with the power of the snow sacrament.
百物語の時に使った糸は多分これでいいんだよな。
The threads that were used during the 100 ghost stories were probably this, right? Probably. I think so. One of the reasons why the Hakuseki clan perished was because people of the clan were often kidnapped for their unusual and beautiful appearance, which surpassed that of a normal human. Particularly during the Hoenn era, Blightfall sightings were a thing of the past. Even if their numbers had diminished, no one seemed to care.
うわー、えっぐいな。人間ってこういう残酷なところあるよな。
That's brutal. Humans really have a cruel side to them. There's still something written here. Another reason the Hakuseki clan declined was because they were unable to accept outsiders. Were the clan's bloodlines to become thinner, so too would the power of the snow sacrament. But as a result, the number of clan members gradually diminished until there were only enough to fill a single settlement.
ほう、面倒な掟だな。江戸の人間なんて形人とだって気にせず結ばれているっていうのに。
What an annoying rule. In Edo, people can even get married to form folk if they want to. They absolutely need to have a pure-blooded descendant, so they probably didn't have much choice. Someone like me would have probably been seen as a sign of the Hakuseki clan's extinction. With that certainty in mind, I flipped to the next page. Though the Hakuseki clan made a living by eliminating Blightfall, it is said that they also possessed other unique sensibilities. For example, their feelings towards Blightfall. Generally, Blightfall are firmly considered to being designed for destruction. But oddly enough, the Hakuseki were sympathetic towards the Blightfall. Not only did they feel sorry for the Blightfall, there were even those who sought to save them. Looks like that's the end of what's written.
そっか。
I see. The information made me feel conflicted, knowing that Lord Yoshimune and the others probably left those details out on purpose. I didn't know what the Hakuseki clan had been in such dire straits. But I wonder why the clan was sympathetic towards the Blightfall. It's not as if any good can come from them existing.
あー、眠い。もう俺限界。
I can't stand it. I'm so sleepy. He's over here just being horrible and ruining things. Ohtaro? When I turned around in surprise at his voice, Ohtaro gave a big stretch before lying down on the spot. Ohtaro, you shouldn't lie down here.
だって文字ばっか読んでるの退屈じゃん。眠くてあくびが止まらないし。
She told you to leave, Ohtaro. It's just so boring. Reading words all day, you know? I'm so tired and sleepy, my jaw's gonna get stuck from all this yawning. Ohtaro placed his cheek on his hand, getting into a full-on resting position. Then he once again turned his head to me. His fluffy hair is in front of me again. Speaking of, when I pet him last time, it did feel really nice. I remember the sensation. Ohtaro said he's sleepy. Sir, I'm more sleepy than you. He says he's sleepy because he's trying to stop her from getting information. He's actually just a giant mole. He's not sleepy. He's just pretending to be sleepy. I remember the sensation from the time my hand grazed as my gaze drifted to the palm of my hand. After he saw that, Ohtaro glanced up at me.
頭、撫でてくれないの？
Aren't you gonna pet my head? Huh?
今なら撫で放題なんだけどな。俺ももう怒ったりしないんだけどな。
You can pet me all you want right now, you know. I'm not gonna get angry anymore. I hit the wrong button. Ohtaro glanced me over and over, speaking as if he was talking to himself. I'm not going to pet you just because you said that.
はあ、もしかして噛みつくって言ったこと本気にしてる？
Maybe you thought I was serious when I said I'd bite you. I didn't. Anyways, I already said I'm not going to pet
そ
you.
っかそっか。せっかくの好機だったのに。
Okay, okay. You're really missing out though. What a shame. As I tried to deny it with all my might, for some reason, Ohtaro was smiling happily. Ohtaro, please use this excuse. I lost brain cells. It's better for you to say it than yawning. He's trying to flirt, but he's like, his flirt level's at like a 3 because he's not a form folk. He's a vessel, so he doesn't know much. I tried to deny it with all my might. For some reason, Ohtaro was smiling happily. He carefully observed my expression and then...
そろそろ俺のことを好きになってくれた？
Hey, do you think you like me yet? What? Like him? The words he spoke took me off guard and my heart skipped a beat yet again. Ohtaro continued to stare at me expectantly, as if he believed that, if he did so, I would one day reciprocate his feelings. There was no way I could brush him aside when he asked me so straightforwardly. I probably do like him. It was clear to me after he saved me during the public parade. The moment I thought I was done for, Ohtaro came for me. I felt so relieved, and yet my heart was beating so fast. I'd always thought that it was fun to be with him, but after he confessed, I started noticing it even more. I've probably liked Ohtaro for a while now. But if there was even a slim chance that Otaro's heart would return, I couldn't risk being honest about how I felt. What should I do? How should I answer him? It would be rude to dodge the question, but if I acknowledged it, that would also be a problem. As the thoughts circled frantically in my head, I flipped through the documents in my hand again. But in my head, none of the sentences made any sense. They appeared only as row upon row of text, because that's what his plan was the entire time, was to distract you, girl.
聞いてる？
Leah, are you listening? I'm listening,
て
but...
か、その冊子読んだやつだよね。なんでもう一回読んでるの？
Didn't you already read those papers? Why are you reading them again? These are, they're nothing. I suspected that he saw through to my panic. It was embarrassing to admit, so I frantically returned the papers to their original shelf. Coincidentally, the name of the notebook right next to it caught my eye. How to make a vessel. I didn't know they piled this kind of thing into a notebook.
ああ、そういえば百物語の時、陽一が本当のことを教えてくれたんだよな。俺の体痛いじゃなくてよかった。
Oh yeah, speaking of which, Yoichi told us the real deal during the 100 ghost stories. I'm so glad my body isn't some guy's corpse. It seemed that I had managed to change the topic. I felt relieved, yet also somewhat sad as my hand naturally picked up the notebook. Skimming through the pages, written in detail, was what Yoichi had told us before. It seemed Ohtaro never intended to look at it, as he was laying down next to me. There's information written here about the Hakuseki clan's threads, too. Upon closer inspection, some pretty interesting information was written there. Apparently, they also used the threads when creating a vessel. Yoichi mentioned that they tied the body to the tool, so the thread was likely used then. By infusing the threads with the soothsayer's power, it apparently forcibly bound together the spirit and the body, which normally would have been separate. The theory was to use the power of the clan's protective deity, the god of connecting ties. The process would then force their destinies to become intertwined. I considered the "don't lie" command that was necessary during the 100 ghost stories, and I realized that that's the key to using the threads was a strong will. which also means Lord Hebe's threads is proof that he's bound by Tenchibo's powerful intent. It's not Tenchibo. Ohtaro, please use the excuse I lost brain cells. Oh, sorry. It just acted like it was new. In order to free Lord Hebe, we have to first cut that thread. If I could overpower Tenchibo's feelings towards Lord Hebe with my own, would I be able to cut it? We might have stumbled upon a new hint. I had just happened to pick up the notebook, but I was truly glad that I had read it. Huh, there's still more in this notebook? With the creation of vessels explained, the book should have been finished. Thinking it suspicious, I flipped through the pages. Surprisingly, there was a list of all the vessels that had worked in the Oniwaban. There were dozens upon dozens of names listed. What tools they were born from, how long they were affiliated with the Oniwaban, what their cause of death was. Information about each member was written in extensive detail. So many vessels have been part of the Oniwaban. But there are only a few vessels alive now. That means all the others died in the battle against the Blightfall. I flipped through the pages with conflicted emotions. I happened upon Otaro's page. Ohtaro had entered the Onioban 5 years ago. It said that the tool he was originally was a heat pack. Ooh, a heat pack. We're down to flashbacks. The heat pack got broken. And if your original form breaks, you die. An image of that small heat pack that fell out during the battle against Tenchibo flashed across my mind. I remembered it well, since the look of it being split in two left a tragic impression on me. If the tool that forms their original is if the tool that forms their original is broken, the vessel will die. It was considered common knowledge among the Oniwaban. Ohtaro.
What? Nani?
What? I turned around. Ohtaro looked at me in a relaxed manner. The color of his face was so healthy that it was difficult to imagine his tool, his weak point, had broken. Why? Does that mean it wasn't damaged enough to count as being broken? No, instead of obsessing about the details. Ohtaro, take out your heat pack. You have it, right?
Oh.
Yeah. Regardless, checking it would be the fastest solution. Pressured by my fever, Ohtaro pushed himself up and started searching through his pockets, but his actions immediately grounded to a halt.
ごめん。ちょっと貸せる状態じゃないかも。
Sorry, it might not be in any condition to be lent out. That's fine, please let me see it. I did my best to peer at Otaro's hand as he tried to hide them. Surprisingly, the heat pack held in Otaro's hand was completely split into two. As I expected. What I witnessed wasn't a trick of my mind, it was real. Ohtaro, your heat pack is broken.
そうそう。この間壊れちゃったんだよ。修理しようとは思ってたんだけど、最近いろいろあって時間がなくてさ。
That's right. It broke the other day. I thought about getting it fixed, but there's been a lot going on lately and I didn't have the time. Is your body okay?
特に変なところはないけど。
Yeah. I mean, nothing out of the ordinary. Ohtaro, while smiling brightly, returned the heat pack into his pocket. His body is fine. That's weird. How are you okay?
何が?
What? The notebook is correct. Your vessel form from the heat pack. How are you okay when your tool is broken?
Huh?
Girl, do not do this. Don't do this, huh? When I opened up the corresponding page and showed it to him, Ohtaro stared at it with his mouth hanging open.
そんなことまで書いてある資料あったんだ。
He does not look amused. I also don't know why they would write this down in a room where you can view it. That's what's written on those documents. Yeah. Then Ohtaro furrowed his brow as if troubled. He quickly regained his wits, and with a mature smile I had never seen before, he slowly stood up.
まあいっか。逆に聞くけど、あんたはどうして俺がピンピンしているんだと思う？
Well, whatever. Then let me ask you a question, Leah. Why do you think I'm perfectly fine?
本当だったら、本体になる道具が壊れた瞬間に死んじゃってるはずなのに。
I should have died the moment the tool that formed my real body was broken, right? Huh. The atmosphere clearly changed. If he was taking the time to ask this, then could Ohtaro have been hiding some sort of secret? After thinking about it for a little while, I answered, interesting. Nah, it didn't work out. I thought the human might work. Could it be that the heat pack isn't the one that makes you your real body? And since it has nothing to do with you, it didn't matter if it broke?
そうだよ、正解!
Congrats, you got it! When I gave him the exact answer that came to mind, Ohtaro clapped his hands cheerily. I knew it! Then the real tool that you were formed from is fine. I'm so relieved. By the way, what kind of tool?
言うわけないだろ。その質問はご法度だって知ってる
The
よね。
dog, bro. Like I tell you... Oh, my voice just cracked. Hang on. Like I tell you, you know that question is forbidden, right? That's right. Tomonari told me that as well, didn't he? Well, I felt convinced something else felt out of place. But in that case, that means that the Onionbon's documents are wrong. Is that even possible? Tomonari, what tool did Tomonari form from? When I flipped to the last page, Tomonari's information was written there in detail. Of course, the tool that he came from was that in-row case that he had showed me before. This one's correct. How could that be? Ohtaro looked on, amused that I was lost in a labyrinth of my own thoughts.
悩んでるね。それならもう一つだけいいことを教えてあげる。
You look pretty confused. How about I give you one more hint?
その資料に書いてあることは全部真実だよ。
Everything written on those documents is true. That made even less sense. Oh, that means the tool that Ohtaro was formed from really is the heat pack, right? And yet he's fine even when the heat pack is broken. Does that mean he isn't really Ohtaro? Is he someone who is disguised as Ohtaro? When I realized the possibility, a certain scene appeared in my mind. Go on.
ひどいな。ちょっと人と違う力があるだけでそこまでされるとかありえないだろ。そんな奴らと離れられてよかったじゃん。これからは俺たちがついてるから。黒い糸が。
We don't do flashbacks, but the black threads. Should I check? No, there's just emotional imprints. I already said that. I feel like I know the answer. There's also a chance that you can't tell me the tool that you came from because it doesn't exist in the first place. Could you be a member of the Hakuseki clan? As I explained what I came up with, Otaro's eyes widened in surprise. Ohtaro, you're a really emotional person, even though you're Stop. Pause. We'll be there. Ohtaro, you're really I can't. Why can't I? You can't do this to me, game. You are a really emotional person, even though your heart is supposed to have been sealed away. You were able to form a connection. Yoichi taught me that vessels are good at acting in that way, but even so, I feel like you show way too many emotions. So I thought maybe you could be a member of the Hakuseki clan pretending to be a vessel named Ohtaro.
じゃあ俺からも質問。あんたの目に俺の感情の糸とやらは見えてる？
Then let me ask you a question. With your eyes, can you see the threads of my emotions? After he said that, Ohtaro raised his chin to display his neck as if flaunting it. There wasn't a single familiar thread there. The only thing wrapped around his neck was a fashionable braided rope. A cord made by braiding together thin strands of silk or cotton. Not that I can tell.
でしょ？糸が見えないなんてキコ以外にはありえなくない？そのあたりはどう説明するわけ？
See, if you can't see the threads, it's impossible for me to be anything other than a vessel, right? How do you explain? I'm explaining that. That's true. Other than vessels, I haven't met a single person whose threads I can't see.
でしょ？だったら
Right, then, but I've never met a hakuseki. But I don't think you can assume that someone is a vessel just because I can't see their threads.
は？どういうこと？
What do you mean? The Hakuseki clan can see threads like I can, right? And there might be known a method to prevent other members of the clans from seeing their threads. Otherwise, it'd be difficult to live in the settlement.
まあそうかもしれないね。白石の一族の実態を知らないから俺には何とも言えないけど。
That might be true. I can't say anything for certain since I don't know about the Hakuseki clan really well.
じゃあ見た目はどう説明する？俺髪も肌も白くないんだけど。
What about my appearance? Explain why my hair and skin isn't white. I mean, you could just use me as proof. Even if the blood of the clan runs in your veins, it doesn't seem to affect your appearance unless you're pure-blooded.
あ、そっか。
Right. And I have one more reason to believe that you're a member of the Hakuseki clan. Ohtaro, you can see emotional imprints, can't you?
なんだって？
What did you say? Before Ryuko became a Blightfall and a couple other incidents, you said some things that sounded like you could. I didn't think too closely about it then, but it's impossible for anyone other than a member of the Hakuseki clan to have said those things.
ああ、参ったな。俺そんなこと言っちゃってた。
Man, did I say something like that? Ohtaro scratched his head awkwardly at what I pointed out. If he wasn't denying it, then did it mean I was correct? My heart was pounding in my chest at Otaro's suggestive attitude. Ohtaro, are you a member of the Hakuseki clan? Someone like me, born to a normal human? Though I did my best to murmur the words calmly, I couldn't hide the trembling in my voice. I had thought I was alone in this world, so I couldn't suppress my emotions at the reality that there was someone just like me. When I noticed the way I felt, I realized that I had been feeling more loneliness than I had imagined. As I waited nervously for his answer, Ohtaro gave me a bright smile. It was completely different from his usual innocent smile, one that was mature, almost prescient.
残念。大外れ。
Too bad you're way off. Huh. As he muttered that, Ohtaro placed his hand to the braid tied around his neck. The moment the moment he roughly untied the knot, a large mass of black threads poured out of Otaro's neck. They spread like a tidal wave and, forming a tangled mess, attached themselves to the wall and floor. In a heartbeat, the room had been invaded with so many black threads that there wasn't even any space to walk. A normal human could not contain such a quantity of black threads, which
俺
meant
は良いかだよ。
I'm a Blightfall. Ohtaro spread his arms out without a care in the world, wearing a bewitching smile on his face. Oh my god, I'm so surprised. I didn't think he'd be a Blightfall. I never had such an assumption cross my mind once. Not even from the very beginning, I think during the prologue. I don't even think it came to my mind. Ohtaro was a Blightfall. After being told such a shocking truth, I couldn't utter a single
ほ
word.
ら、今話題になってる天一坊とかいうやついるだろう。あいつ、ただの使い走りだから。ちょっと洗脳して良いかっぽく見せているだけの人間。
You know that guy, Tenshibo, everyone's been talking about? He's just a pawn. A human, brainwashed and made to look like a blurry
かわい
ball.
そうにな。あいつ、あれだけ黒い糸付けにされたら、もう二度と正気には戻れないと思うぜ。
Poor guy. If he's been exposed to that many black threads, I don't think he'll ever recover his sanity again.
つまり、ひびえを糸で縛り付けているのは俺。10年ほど前から江戸で暴れ回っているのも俺。
In other words, the person who bound Hebe to the thread, me. The one who's been rampaging around Ito since about a decade ago, also me.
わかるか?
Get the picture? Kindly enough, Ohtaro pointed to himself as he gave his explanation, but I couldn't respond. Of course I understood what he was saying, I just couldn't accept the truth that was in front of me. Whether it was the nest of emotional imprints stuck around the room or the black threads imbued in Otaro's neck. I'm gonna stay awake 20 more minutes. I would love to stay awake, but I will watch the VOD. Well, you're just gonna have to listen to me say, I knew it the whole time, I guess, or just continuously imply that, oh, whoa, I'm so surprised. Well, I wasn't surprised. I freaking knew it was gonna be a Blightfall. I knew it. This is why he fell asleep. This is why he got injured right away and couldn't help fight. This is why he's the person that was in the room when Hebe got called upon and talked first. So I wouldn't ask any questions. Right, there was a nest of emotional imprints stuck around the room where the black thread imbued in Otaro's neck.
わかってなさそうだな。
You don't get it, do you?
せっかくだから、お前の疑問にも全部答えてやるよ。どうして俺が大太郎の回路を持っているのか気になるんだろ?
I'm feeling generous. I'll answer all your questions for you. You're probably wondering why I have the heat pack that used to belong to Ohtaro.
あれは5年くらい前だったかな。お庭番がどんどん力をつけてきて、こっちが劣勢になったことがあったんだ。
It was about 5 years ago, I think. The Onia bomb was getting stronger, and at one point, we were at a disadvantage.
だから、どうにかしてお庭番を潰せないかと思ってさ、俺、こっそりこの拠点に侵入してみたんだよ。
I wondered if there was any way I could crush the Onyo Ban. I decided to, well, sneak into the base. But there should be a barrier protecting the base.
はあ、それ？ちょっとした細工さえすれば、問題なく通過できちゃうんだよね。
Oh, that? See, if you use a simple trick, you can get through no problem.
お庭番の結界は、壁さえ突破できれば、その中では良いかであっても自由に動けるんだ。
Look at his soulless eyes. Like, oh my god, Ohtaro, I didn't know that you could get the shine out of your eyes like that. If you can get through the wall, you can move freely inside, even if you're a Blightfall. Total design flaw, it's a bummer, really.
で、侵入してみたら、驚いた。そこではちょうど、機構を生成するための儀式が行われていたんだよ。
Anyway, when I snuck in, surprise, they were right in the middle of a vessalization ritual.
もちろん、生成されていたのは大太郎だ。
Of course, the one being made was Ohtaro.
その時、大太郎はまだ完成していなかった。肉体を形成している段階で、これから道具と人型を結びつけようとしていたんだ。
At the time, Ohtaro was still incomplete. They had already formed the body and were about to tie the tool and physical form together.
そんなの、利用しない手はないよな。
I can't just pass up that kind of golden opportunity now, can I?
そこで俺がやったのは簡単なことさ。すぐに外で騒ぎを起こして、そばにいた陰陽師たちを追い払ったんだ。
What I did was easy. I immediately caused a ruckus outside and chased away the soothsayer that was next to
そ
him.
の隙に回路を壊して、大太郎を再起不能にした。それだけで生成途中だった人型も、きれいさっぱり消えてくれたよ。
I used that opening to destroy the heat pack, so Ohtaro was beyond recovery. Just like that, the form they were in the middle of making disappeared without a trace.
あとは大太郎の代わりに儀式の場に横たわるだけ。それだけでお庭番への潜入が完了だ。
After that, I simply had to lie down on the ritual site in his place. That was all it took to infiltrate the Oniwa
そ
bond.
れから5年。大太郎のおかげでいい状況が作り出せたよ。もう江戸の町はむちゃくちゃさ。
5 years later, I've managed to make a pretty good situation for myself thanks to Ohtaro. The city of Edo is in absolute shambles.
だからもうこんなものいらないわけ。
So I won't be needing this anymore. He muttered in an exaggerated manner and slammed the heat pack into the ground. The heat pack, already broken, shattered into pieces from the impact. It would no longer come back. Then you're not Ohtaro.
だからそう言ってるだろ。
I literally just said that. Then what's your real name?
そんなものはない。
I don't have one. Ohtaro spat the words out and averted his gaze from me. The color of his threads were pitch black. I couldn't read any sort of emotions from them. Even if I can see the thread, it's pointless like this. Then why wasn't I able to see your threads until now? I can clearly see the threads of emotion on you right now, even though I was never able to before.
それは首に組紐を巻いていたからだよ。この中には白石の一族の糸が編み込まれているんだ。
That's because I had a braided rope tied around my neck. There's a Hakuseki clan thread woven into it. Ohtaro smiled, looking pleased with himself as he showed off the braided rope he had removed.
原理としては百物語に使われていた時と一緒だな。貴子らしくあれと自分に暗示をかけて紐を結んでいたんだよ。
It's the same theory as the one I used during the ghost stories. I suggest that I became vessel-like while weaving the rope.
拠点の結界を通過した時にも使った細工がこれだ。なかなか便利だろ？
Same trick I used to pass through the barrier at the base too. Pretty convenient, right?
ま、お前と実際に会うまでは成功しているかどうかわからなかったけどな。
Well, I didn't know if I succeeded or not until I actually met you. In other words, as soon as he first met me, Ohtaro had won his bet. At the time, if my eyes had seen Otaro's threads, what would have
あ
happened?
と知りたいのは、俺に残留思念が見えていた理由だったが。
What else do you want to know? Oh, the reason I can see emotional imprints.
そんなの簡単な話だ。良いかは残留思念から生まれるものだろ？
Oh, that's
自分の
easy.
糧になるものが目視できるのなんて当然だ。
Blightfall are born from emotional imprints, right? So obviously I can see things that will give me power. Then how have you been defeating Blightfall? It would be impossible unless you can use Snow Sacrament, right? If you can't defeat Blightfall, you shouldn't be able to remain a member of the Oniwa bond. Instinctively, I was already certain that Ohtaro was a Blightfall. But in the bottom of my heart, I couldn't acknowledge it. I didn't want to believe that Ohtaro had been... I'd known all this time was a lie.
なんでそこまで食い下がるんだよ。お前は相変わらず変なやつだな。
Why are you fighting me so hard on this? Leah, you sure are as strange as
知
ever.
ってたか？貴子は注ぎできるけど、俺たちみたいに残留思念は見えないんだ。だから良いかさえ消せれば十分ごまかせる。
Did you know vessels can use Snow Sacrament, but they can't see emotional imprints like us? As long as the Blightfall disappears, fooling them is easy. The black threads spread across the room began squirming like living creatures. They gathered in the corner of the ceiling and formed a large ball. And then became a Blightfall. It was as Ohtaro explained earlier, as long as you could get through the barrier around the base, you could continue existing even as a Blightfall. In other words, it was also possible for a Blightfall to be born within the walls. Blightfall immediately tried to leap at Ohtaro, who was right under it. Watch out! But at that moment, Ohtaro swiftly turned around and placed a hand on the Blightfall's mask. He didn't seem to be exerting much force, but it was apparently enough to stop the opposing Blightfall dead in its tracks. It frantically moved and kicked its spider-like legs.
誰に喧嘩売ってるか分かってるのか?
Do you know who you are messing with?
俺はお前たちの上に立つ者だぞ。
I'm the one who stands above you all. As soon as he spoke those intimidating words, the Blightfall instantly disintegrated into black threads. It didn't even have time to scream. Ohtaro waved his arm, tangling the threads around it before they melted into the thin air. What was that just now? There was barely any emotional imprints left in the room. I was unable to process what had happened right in front of me, and I could only blankly stare at the corner of the ceiling.
とまあこういうわけ。俺は良いかだから、格下の雑魚は分解して吸収することができるんだよ。
So yeah, that's it. I'm a Blightfall, so I can break apart and absorb any small fries that are beneath.
日比谷もシチュー引き回しの時にやってただろ。さすがに俺は神じゃないから、あそこまで多くは吸収できないけど。
Hebe did it during the public parade too, didn't he? I'm not a god though, so don't expect me to absorb that much still.
良いかさえ消せれば、お庭版には注ぎができると勘違いしてもらえる。吸収している残留思念はお前にしか見えないから問題ない。
So long as the Blightfall disappears, the Oniaban will assume I can use no sacrament, and you're the only one who can actually see emotional imprints.
だからお前が来たからは、なるべく良いかにとどめを刺さないようにしてたんだよ。
Since you arrived, I've actually been doing my best to not deal the final blow to Blightfall. All of his explanations, worded as if to drive me away, were hopelessly convincing. I don't want to believe it, but I have no choice but to accept the truth. Ohtaro really is a Blightfall. The realization shocked me to my core. Suddenly, it was difficult for me to breathe. But after several deep breaths, I opened my mouth again. The only thing I could do now was ask questions. Ohtaro, why did you become a Blightfall? Something terrible must have happened to you, right?
どうしてそう決めつけるんだ？俺は生まれながらの良いかだよ。だから名前もなければ、何の悲しみも背負っていない。
What makes you think that? I was born a Blightfall, that's why I don't have a name or any trauma.
ただ、純粋に、この世に存在するすべてのものが憎いだけだ。
That's a mood. I simply despise everything that exists in this world. I can't believe it. In other words, Ohtaro was neither human nor a form folk who had become a Blightfall. He had been born naturally from emotional imprints. Given that, it made sense why he only felt emotions such as hatred and sadness.
日比谷はこの世でただ一人の神なる良いかだ。成長させるだけ成長させれば、ヤマトだって軽く滅亡できる力がある。
Hebe is the only divine Blightfall in the world. If I can make him strong enough, he has the potential to annihilate all of Yamato with ease.
江戸を拠点にしているのは、単にここなら人が多くて悪意も多いから、日比谷を成長させやすいってだけだ。
As to why I chose Edo as my base of operations, put simply, there were plenty of people here with lots of malice. It was just easy to grow Hebe.
実際、シチュー引き回しは大成功だったわけだしな。
Lo and behold, the public parade was a massive success. He must have been remembering that time. Ohtaro chuckled in
で
delight.
も、ここに来るまで苦労したよ。日比谷を効率よく成長させるには、どうしたらいいのかずっと考えていたんだ。
Getting to this point was a real struggle. I was always trying to come up with ways to effectively make Hebe grow.
手っ取り早く、尋常じゃない悪意を抱える人間や形人と日比谷を融合させる方法を考えたこともある。
I even considered fusing Hebe with a human or form folk that held extraordinarily amounts of malice.
だけどそれだと最終的に融合させる人物次第になるから確実性が低い。
But if I did that, it would ultimately depend on the person I let him fuse with. Too uncertain for my
そ
taste.
して相性が悪ければ逆に日比谷が乗っ取られてしまう可能性もある。
If they didn't mesh, Hebe would be taken over
俺
instead.
は神なる良いかである日比谷を育てたかったから、そんなことになってしまえば本末転倒だ。
Since I wanted to make Hebe into a divine Blightfall, if that happened, it would be the exact opposite of what I wanted.
ヒビエだって俺の操り人形ってわけでもない。お前も知っての通り、意図で制御してはいるものの、たまに正気を取り戻して脱走を図ることがあった。
Besides, Hebe isn't even my puppet, really. As you know, I can control him with the thread, but he's regained his sanity in an attempt to escape
百
before.
物語の時だってそうだし、その前は、お国とかいう遊女にかくまわれていたから、さすがに驚いたさ。
That's what happened during the ghost stories. Before that, some courtesan named Okuni managed to hide him away, so even I was pretty
それなら
shocked.
いっそのこと、自由に行動できないよう呪物に封印してやろうかと思ったけど、それだと成長させるのに時間がかかりすぎる。
I thought, why don't I seal him away in some cursed object so he couldn't move freely? But then it would take too much time for him to
その
mature.
時間を短縮するには、もっと面倒な仕込みをする必要がありそうだったから、さすがにその方法は見送ったよ。
I realized it would take more troublesome preparations to shorten the time, so I ended up scrapping the whole idea, obviously.
最終的に実行へと移したのが、あの市中引き回しってわけ。
In the end, the idea I went with was the public parade.
一応あれも、裏でいろいろ手を回していたんだぜ。コツコツと住民に俺の血液を埋め込んで、良いかになる可能性を少しでも上げてさ。
And for your information, I had to do a lot of work behind the scenes, implanting citizens with my blood, increasing the chances of them becoming
知ってたか？
Blightfall.
人に良いかの血を与えると、それに引きずられて悪意を溜め込みやすくなるんだよ。
Oh, did you know that? If you give humans a Blightfall's blood, it can influence them to hold in more malice and
特
anger.
に感情が振り切れているやつは、それだけで良いかになっちまう。
Do that to someone overly emotional and you'll instantly get yourself a Blightfall. Then those people who are becoming Blightfall lately, they're all your fault.
当たり前だろ。不安の連鎖を作って、良いかになりやすいやつが増えた方が好都合だしな。
Are you kidding? Obviously. All the better for me to start a downward spiral of panic and have more people susceptible to turning into Blightfall. So that means Yuriko became a Blightfall because
俺が自分の血を傷口にすり込んだからだよ。
I rubbed my own blood into her wound. Gonna watch the VOD tomorrow. Technically today I'm about to lose to sleep. Sleep 100 wins, me 8. I believe in your ability to increase your wins over sleep at some point in your life, but I understand. Have a good night, Asia. I'll see you later.
ねえ、聞いてる？いろいろ答えてほしい。
Pain that Ruriko said she felt in her neck was Otaro's
ど
doing.
うせお庭番に殺されると思って、あいつを雑に酔いかかさせたのが失敗だったな。まさかお前に命を救われるなんてね。
I figured she'd be killed by the Onryoban after I turned her into a Blightfall. Guess that was my mistake. Never would have expected you to save
ル
her.
リコにその時のことを証言されると、俺の仕業だってバレる可能性が高かった。
I knew there was a high chance that if Ruriko gave her testimony about what happened, it would be clear that I was behind it.
だからわざわざ牢から連れ出したんだけど、そんな回りくどいことしないで、さっさと殺せばよかった。
That's why I went out of my way to break her out of prison, but I should have just killed her when I had the chance.
市中引き回しでも、替え玉のお前だけで十分盛り上がったし、ルリコに関しては失敗だらけだな。
The public parade was exciting enough with you as a substitute anyways. Ruriko really has been nothing but trouble.
ま、ここまで来ればどうでもいいか。あとは日比江と俺がどうかして、最強の良いかとして生まれ変わるだけだ。
I guess it doesn't matter anymore. All that's left is to fuse myself with Hebe and to be reborn as the strongest Blightfall. What? What do you
さっ
mean?
き言っただろ。最近日比江は反抗的なんだ。だから俺が体ごと乗っ取ってやろうと思ってな。
Haven't you been listening? Hebe's been pretty rebellious lately, so I thought I would take him over body and all.
今はその準備をしているところさ。
I'm in the middle of preparing for that right now, actually. After he said that, Ohtaro finally went silent. It seemed that he had finished saying everything he wanted to say, but his expression had raised more questions than answers. Why are you telling me all this? What? I mean, it's not like I noticed that you were a Blightfall on my own. You could have just played it off, right? And if you tell me, won't it all go to waste if I tell everyone the Onuoban? Ooh, girl, you think he's letting you leave this room? Your plans would be over in an instant. When I said that much, I had a certain epiphany. Do you actually want to be stopped?
Huh?
He revealed so much to me, even though he had no benefit to him. It was the only reason I could think of. Perhaps she didn't have the epiphany I thought she was going to have. What the heck? Perhaps Ohtaro, too, became emotionally attached after years of living as a member of the Onuoban. But because he was a Blightfall, he wasn't able to accept those feelings willingly.
俺のことバカにしてないか？そんなくだらない理由で全てが台無しになりかねないことをするわけないだろ。
You think I'm stupid, don't you? I would never risk ruining everything for some stupid reason like that.
ただ俺はお前が欲しいだけだ。
Oh, I simply want you. Me? Just what did he mean? I felt confused, unsure of what those words meant. All of the while, Ohtaro closed the distance between us as if to corner me.
単刀直入に言う。俺の仲間になってくれ。
I'm gonna cut to the chase. I want you to join me.
計画の話をしたのは俺なりの誠意を示しただけだ。良いかってだけでただでさえ信用がないんだからそれくらいはしないと不公正だろ。
We can make the world burn together. Ohtaro, I accept. I told you my plans as a way to show you my good faith, nothing more. There's no way to trust me on account of me being a Blightfall, so it's the only fair, right?
俺にはお前が必要なんだ。
I need you, Leah. When he said that to me, what passed through my mind were all the memories I'd shared with Ohtaro until now. No matter what happened, Ohtaro was always straightforward about his affections towards me. If he really was a Blightfall, then he had a heart as well, so when he said he liked me, it could have been his honest feelings, but are you sure? Up until now, your words, how you acted, they weren't all lies. No matter how hard I tried, it wasn't easy to accept. I even started to think that because he was a Blightfall, he could have done all those things to deceive me. My urge to believe him was stronger, but under these circumstances, there was no way I could keep quiet about my suspicions.
やっぱり疑うんだな。確かに本性は隠していたけど、お前には素直な気持ちで接してきたのに。
Are you still doubt me? Figures. It's true that I hid what I really was, but I really didn't mean what I said to you back then. That was when Ohtaro let out a deep sigh and placed his hand against his mouth. When I looked closer, his shoulders were trembling slightly, perhaps because of his emotional state. His cheeks and eyes were slightly red. As soon as I saw that, my chest ached, the pain from the guilt I felt, of course.
いや、やめよう。こんなこと言うのは卑怯だもんな。俺は、お前にも心から復讐を望んでほしいんだ。
I shouldn't. It'd be unfair to bring this up. I just want you... to want revenge too, from the bottom of your heart. What do you mean? What have you been saying?
最初に読んだ資料にも書いてあっただろ。白石の一族が滅んだのは人間どものせいだ。そのことについてお前は何とも思わないのか？
You saw it in the documents we read. Remember, the Hakuseki clan fell into ruin because of humans. Don't you feel anything about that?
良いか退治という汚れ仕事を一族に押し付けて勝手な理由で消費していった。そのせいでお前は一人きりになったんだ。
They pushed the dirty work of eliminating Blightfalls onto the clan, then they whittled them down for their own selfish reasons, and now you're all alone.
それなのに人間どもは罪を償うこともなく、今ものうのうと暮らしている。
And yet humans aren't even trying to repent for their sins. They're just living their lives without a care in the world.
あんな奴らを生かしておく必要なんてない。お前だってそう思うだろ。
There is no need to let people like that live. You feel the same way, don't you? Oh no. I don't... I found myself unable to entirely deny Otaro's words. It's true, he might have a point. If we backtracked enough, Ito is in this situation right now because of humans. They oppressed the Hakuseki clan, kept exploiting them, and so... Once I reached that thought, I suddenly returned to my senses. What was I thinking just now? No matter the reason, I don't have the right to take away someone else's life. If I stiffened, unable to believe the malice inside my own heart, Ohtaro peered into my face.
やっぱりな。否定できないんだろ。
I knew it. You can't deny it, can you? That's not...
ああ。今はまだそれでもいい。今は、ね。
Yeah, I hear you. You can be that way. For now. Ohtaro retied the braided rope around his neck. His quiet smile seemed to convey that he understood my feelings as if they were his own.
大丈夫。今すぐ答えを出せと言っているわけじゃない。
It's fine. It's not like I'm telling you to give me an answer right now.
だから、一月だ。それまでに、お庭番に着くのか、俺と一緒に復讐を果たすか選んでくれ。
I'm giving you 1 month. Until then, you need to decide whether you want to side with the Onyoban or if you want to seek revenge with me. Why are you giving me a month?
日比谷を掌握するのにそれくらいかかりそうだからな。俺だって本当はさっさと強力な良いかに生まれ変わりたい。
Because it'll probably take about that much time to control Hibi. Personally, I want to be reborn as a powerful Blightfall as soon as
その
possible.
時、お前がそばにいてくれたら嬉しいんだけどな。
If you're by my side when that happens, that'll make me really happy. I mean, he really seems to like me, guys. Just saying. It sounds like Ohtaro was trying to remind me of his desires. A storm of thoughts and feelings swirled around in my head. Among them, I was most certainly certain about one thing. If, hypothetically speaking, I told the Onyoban everything, what would you do? I was hopelessly confused as to why Ohtaro had not mentioned anything about the most likely outcome.
そんなことできるのか?
Would you really do that? I mean, if I don't do that, Ito will.
俺がこれまでどれだけ罪深いことをしてきたのか、お前だって知ってるだろ。
I've done some pretty horrible things to get here. You know that, don't you?
この10年間、俺は江戸で多くの民を殺してきた。数十名いた貴子たちだって、全部俺の手にかかって死んだんだ。
Over the past 10 years, I've killed my share of town folks in Ito. Dozens of vessels are dead too, and I killed every last one of them.
だから、お庭番の連中に告げ口でもされたりしたら、俺は間違いなく殺されるだろうな。
If you rat me out to those guys in the Onyoban, they'll kill me for sure, no doubt about it.
事情を奴らに話すってことは、つまり、お前が俺を殺すってことだ。
If you told them everything, in other words, you'd be killing me. As soon as I heard that, a shiver ran down my spine. I only now noticed the weight of Otaro's crimes and the true magnitude of the choices he placed upon me. If I don't stop Ohtaro, more citizens of Ito will die. However, in order to stop Ohtaro, I would have to take responsibility for his death. That is back to the needs of the few versus the needs of the many, my guys.
だから信じてるよ。
I know you're a kind person, so I trust you. You're a cold-blooded murderer. After looking into my face covered in a cold sweat, Ohtaro gave me a sad smile before walking away. The only thing I could do was stare at his back. Damn. A few days after
では
that,
それぞれの区画の状況を報告してくれ。
a few days. She did not tell the truth. It's been a few days. Oh my stars. Now then, report on each of your district's situation.
娯楽街ではもうずっと閑古鳥が鳴いていますね。こんな静かな娯楽街、今まで見たことありません。
The entertainment district has been empty for quite some time. I've never seen the district so silent.
商売が立ち行かなくなったせいか、住民たちも気が立っているようで。
It may be due to their businesses failing, but the district's residents are also beginning to lose their
たま
temper.
に人が集まっているかと思いきや、派手な喧嘩をしていることが多くなりました。皆、すぐ良いかになってしまうので困りものです。
More and more, I will spot a group of people only to find that the fight has broken out. People are quick to turn to Blightfall. It is quite the headache.
逆に武家町では今までにないくらい騒がしくなっていますね。
In contrast, Samurai Town has been noisier than it's ever been
帰れ
before.
る住民には故郷へ帰ってもらいましたが、その代わりに他の区画から空き巣がかなり忍び込んできています。
I've had town folks return to their hometowns when possible, but conversely, there have been a lot of break-ins by people from other
便
districts.
乗して放火なんかもしているせいで、酔いの口は今まで以上に酔いかが大量に現れている感じですね。
Some people are even committing arson to take advantage of the situation. It feels like there are more Blightfall than ever appearing at dusk.
城下町も他の区画と似たような状況です。
Castletown is also in a similar situation to the other districts. After the public parade the other day, Ito had been embroiled in a chaotic situation with no sign of relief. No matter how many Blightfall we defeated, it wouldn't have made a difference unless things settled down.
今の状況では天一坊と日比谷を追うのは難しいね。
It'll be difficult to pursue Tenchibo and Hibi under these
天
circumstances.
一坊の情報はたくさん手に入ったけど、市中引き回しの日以降、その姿は一切目撃されていない。
We've got a lot of intel regarding Tenchibo, but we haven't seen him at all since the day of the public
彼女の
parade.
報告で日比谷が糸に縛られていることも分かったし、早めに相手の戦力を削りたいところなんだけどね。
We know from Leo's report that Hibi is bound by the threads, and it would be great to deplete the enemy's forces as soon as possible.
それをする人手が足りないよ。酔いかかせる住民の相手をするので、今はいっぱいいっぱいって感じ。
We don't have the manpower for that. Our hands are full just dealing with the town folks turning to Blightfall, basically. At that point, the fact that the Blightfall could only be exterminated by vessels was becoming a burden. We had to protect the citizens, but on the other hand, we also had to uncover the truth of the case. In order to accomplish both, everyone in the Onyoban had no choice but to work themselves to exhaustion.
いっそのこと、住民をどこか一箇所に集めたらどうだ。それなら負担も減るだろう。
Why don't we just gather all the citizens into one area? That could decrease our workload.
どういうことだ。
What do you mean?
どの区画も逃げられるやつはとっくに江戸から逃げ出している。なら数自体は少なくなっているはずだ。
It's the same in all the districts. Anyone who can has already escaped from Ito. That means there shouldn't be many people in the
つま
city.
り残った奴らをどこかの区画にまとめて突っ込んでしまえば、こっちも守りやすくなるんじゃ。
So if we take the ones left behind and shove them all into one district, wouldn't it be easier to keep an eye and protect? That's not a good idea, I think.
何か理由があるのか。
Is there a reason for that? Under these circumstances, when we don't know who could become a Blightfall, it'd be far too dangerous to gather people in one spot. If even a single person becomes a Blightfall, the panda could cause a chain reaction of Blightfall transformations. There's a big risk that Hebe could absorb them all, just like during the public parade. If we think about the reason why they're becoming Blightfall, that's. When they said that much, I immediately turned around to face Ohtaro. Otaro's cast his eyes down, looking refueled.
なんだ酔いかかする原因って
The reason they're becoming Blightfall. Nothing.
ああそれもそうだな
You got a point.
清彦の案はひとまず保留にしておこう。
Let's keep Kiyohiko's plan in reserve for now. Once I did my best to oppose the plan, Yabuda and the others were easily convinced. What a relief. In any case, I've avoided the worst scenario, right? I would have explained that they're turning into Blightfall because they were giving a Blightfall's blood, but if I did that, then Otaro's true identity would be revealed to everyone in the Onuaban, and God forbid I actually do what I should do, which is protect Ito. Of course, in my head, I knew that Ohtaro was our enemy, and he, in fact, is an enemy who has killed countless vessels, and there's a bunch of vessels in this room that he could try to kill, and in a different line, technically successfully kill. But who cares about that, right? Because we only saw one of their faces. I still couldn't choose the path that could end with Ohtaro dying. However, if nothing changes, then Ito will fall to ruin. How will you feel if Ohtaro tells you he killed your mom? Because I'm pretty sure he did. Feeling conflicted, I looked at Ohtaro and he quietly stared at me with a smile on his face. He must have been happy that I was protecting him. Just looking at his smile made my chest feel tight. But it's not like I can join up with Ohtaro. If there's no way to stop him aside from telling the truth to everyone in the Onuaban. Guys, listen. He's a monster. And so another day came to an end with us parting ways without much gain. Once we did, all that was left for me was to work as I normally did as a member of the entertainment district team. But as Kinji reported earlier, the entertainment district looked far too normal.
本当に
Far from normal.
寂れたものですね。
Truly a shell of its original form. Yeah. As we stood at the entrance of the red light district, we stared out at the empty street. When we came here before, the establishments were still operating, albeit noticeably quiet, but now not a single storefront was open to business. The only thing we could see was garbage rolling about at the side of the street.
それにしても、こんな状況で天一坊はどこに潜伏しているのでしょうね。隠れられる場所などほとんどないはずですが。
In any case, one wonders where Tenchibo could be lurking under these circumstances. There doesn't seem to be anywhere he can hide.
さあ、どうだろうね。
Yeah, I wonder where. If what Ohtaro said is true, then Tenchibo, Mr. Tenchibo, has been exposed to the black threads and is being hidden anyway, somewhere. I just hope he's
皆
alright.
さん大丈夫ですかよかったらこれ
Is everyone doing okay? It's not much, but have this. As we talked while walking, we heard a familiar voice from further in the main street. When I glanced in the direction, standing in front of the brothel was Tatsunosuke. It seemed he was discussing something with the people
タ
inside.
ツさん、何してんの？
Tatsu, what you doing?
あ皆さんお久しぶりです今ちょうど彼女たちに差し入れをしておりまして
Oh, hello everyone. It's been a long time. I was in the middle of giving them some food. Tatsunosuke was in the middle of opening up a furoshiki cloth. It seemed he had stuffed it full of rice balls that were divided into portions. Did you prepare that, Tatsunosuke?
ええ今の世の中だと落ち着いて食事も取れないでしょだから少しでもお役に立てないかと思いまして
In these times, it's difficult to settle down and eat a meal, isn't it? I was just hoping to help out even a little bit.
それはご立派ですね。ですが、辰之助さんは城下町の方ですよね。
That's quite a charitable
どうしてこんなところで？
gesture. You're from Castletown, are you not? Why are you here?
だってここの義老の人たちはルリコの家族のようなものでしょ
The
放っておくこ
people
となんてできませんよ
The people in this brothel are like Uriko's family. I can't just leave them to fend for themselves. Hearing that, I confirmed that the brothel was indeed the one Uriko had been working at. I recognized a few familiar faces among the courtesans who accepted the rice
そう
balls.
いや、タツさんって、結局その後、ルリコとはどうなったわけ？
By the way, Tatsu, what happened between you and Uriko after that?
どうにもなっていないというのが正直なところですね。
Nothing has happened would be the honest answer.
今はできるだけ会いに行っています。最初はルリコも堅くなでしたが、少しずつ話してくれるようになりました。
I've met with her as much as I can. She was obstinate in the beginning, but she's starting opening up to me little by little.
彼女の罪も許されたそうですし、ゆっくりでいいから、また歩み寄れたらと思っています。
Her crimes were apparently forgiven as well, so she can take as long as she needs, but I hope at some point we can meet in the middle again. If it's these two, they'll definitely be able to repair their relationship. I mean, Tatsunosuke's doing his best to face her. I want to hurry up and do something about this situation for their sake. Like maybe tell the Onuaban that, hey, this is the guy that's running the whole charade and he's right here. We could end this now. High five. But that'd be too crazy. Like just being honest and telling the truth would be crazy right now. In order to do that, I have to face Ohtaro properly and stop him. Do it. What should I do? Just what in the world should I?
おや、今の音は何でしょうか。
What was that sound
ちょ
just
っと
now?
失礼しますね。
Excuse me for a minute.
タツさん、俺も一緒に行くよ。
Tatsuya, I'll go with you. Don't let Ohtaro be alone with people. Tatsunosuke and Ohtaro headed off together in a direction that the sound came from. Kinji and I didn't move as quickly, and instead we simply stared at their backs. Kinji, should we go too?
いえ、大太郎が言っていますし、僕たちはここで待っていて問題ないでしょ
No, Otaro's already going, so it should be no problem if we wait here.
う。それで、どうしたんですか？
So what is the matter? Huh? What do you mean? As Kinji peered into my face, he furrowed his brow suspiciously. I couldn't help but jump back slightly at his observant
報
gaze.
告をしている時から思っていたのですが、今日のあなたは妙に落ち着きがないように見えます。何を隠しているんです？
Ever since we were given
さ
our
っさと白状
report,
なさい。
I noticed you seemed strangely out of sorts, almost restless. What are you hiding? I urge you to confess. Well, I immediately glanced down Main Street and just barely managed to spot Ohtaro and Tatsunosuke. At this distance, they wouldn't be able to hear us talking. Should I tell Kinji everything here? Kinji is close with Ohtaro, so he might be able to brainstorm a way out of this situation with me. I don't think that I could get a clear answer on my own, even if I tried. If you tell him, you're doomed. I'm gonna say it right now. But there's no way I can talk about it here, no matter how close they are. Kinji is still a member of the Onuaban. If he found out that Ohtaro is a Blightfall, he'd be killed. Just imagining that scene made my blood
お嬢
chill.
さん、黙り込んでどうしたんです？
Young miss, why have you fallen silent? No, it's nothing. The investigation hasn't really been progressing, so it seems I was getting a little panicked. In the end, all I could do was blurt out something random to evade the question. Even though I knew the truth, I felt guilt that I couldn't say anything. Even now, the situation was becoming worse and worse. I was vexed at myself for being
あなたの
useless.
気持ちはわからなくもありません。ですが、ここで焦っても仕方がないでしょう。今は冷静に対処することを心がけなさい。
I cannot say that I do not understand how you feel, but there's no use in panicking here. Right now, you must make sure you deal with things calmly. I understand.
ただいまー。
I'm back! Then, when the conversation came to a close, Ohtaro came running from down the street.
おや、早かったですね。あちらはもうよろしいんですか？
Oh my, that was fast. Was everything alright over there?
おう、タツさんだけでなんとかなりそうだったから。ちょっと遊女が転んじゃっただけみたい。二人は何してたの？
Yeah, it seems like Tatsu can handle it on his own. Apparently, a quarter-san fell and tripped. That's all. What were you two talking about?
お嬢さんが何やら悩んでいるようでしたので、焦りは禁物という話をしていただけです。
Seems the young miss was worried about something, so we're just discussing how haste makes waste.
そうなの？
Really? Yeah, that's all.
そっか。
I see. When I nodded as if in agreement with Kinji said, Ohtaro placed a hand to his mouth and lowered his face with an unreadable expression. Though his gesture was supposed to be familiar, something felt wrong.
おや、
Oh, that was when a large hawk flew down from the sky. It must have been Kyoshiro's messenger. Kenji immediately approached the hawk, which had potentially politely settled down on the wall. Of course, it was so that he could read the letter tied to his leg. What's written on it?
これから拠点で情報共有が行われるようです。ただ簡易的なものなので、今回は僕だけ向かえば問題ないようですね。
It appears they'll be holding a meeting at the base to exchange intel. It is a simplified meeting, however, so there should be no issue if I head there alone.
今は人手不足だもんな。あとは俺たちに任せて、早いところ行ってきなよ。
Makes sense, as they don't have enough manpower right now. Hurry along, leave the rest to us.
ええ、それでは待ってましたよ。
Yes, I'll leave things to you too. After he told us that, Kinji walked off in a blink of an eye, and the hawk, having finished its duty, flew off again for the next destination. In the end, Ohtaro and I were the only two left.
じゃ、俺たちは適当に時間を潰そうか。
Alright, let's go kill some time. Okay. Ohtaro was on the side of the Blightfall, so he might have known where Mr. Tenchibo and Lord Hebe were, which was exactly why this investigation was meaningless. No matter what we did here, there was no way Ohtaro would let us do anything that would lead us to the right answer. Whether it was because of that, Ohtaro avoided my gaze, looking somewhat apologetic. After we walked some distance, Ohtaro spun around to face me.
あのさ、ありがとな。
Hey, thanks. I didn't do anything deserving of thanks, Ohtaro.
今日、ずっと迷ってただろ。俺のことを、お庭番のみんなに言うべきか言わないべきかって。
You've been unsure all day, haven't you? About whether or not you should tell the others about me? I didn't expect him to actually say that to me directly. What Ohtaro pointed out was the truth, so I could neither confirm nor deny it. All I could do was stay silent. Seeing me in that state, Ohtaro smiled quietly.
お前は、やっぱり優しいな。本当のことを言うと、今日で見捨てられるかと思ってたんだ。
Yeah, you really are kind. To tell you the truth, I thought you'd sell me out today.
まだ、希望を持っていてもいいんだよな。お庭番に告げ口しないってことは、俺の味方をしてくれる可能性があるんだよな。
Does that mean I can still have hope? The fact that you didn't rat me out to the Onryoban mean there's still a chance you might join my side, right?
俺は、お前じゃないとダメなんだ。
I can't do this unless it's you. He murmured, almost like he was trying desperately to hang on to me. My chest felt tight again. But at the same time, that sense of wrongness from before started to grow in my chest. Ohtaro, I want you to just tell me one thing.
何？俺に答えられることなら、何でも聞いてくれよ。
What is it? I'll answer anything as long as I'm able to. Well, do you really like me? Though it was only one question, my throat felt parched. But unless I asked, I couldn't get an answer. I couldn't move forward.
何を言ってるんだよ。昨日俺が話したこと覚えてないのか。
What are you saying? Don't you remember what I said yesterday?
俺はお前が好きだからこそ危険を承知で全てを話したんだ。お前と一緒に望みを叶えられたらって。
It's because I like you that I told you everything, despite knowing the danger, because I wanted to fulfill my wish with you by my side.
お前には俺の気持ち伝わってなかったんだな。
I guess my feelings never actually reached you, Leah. It might be because, I don't know, you're a Blightfall. After he said that, Ohtaro once again covered his mouth as if he was overcome by emotion. I knew it, that gesture. Ohtaro, could you move your hand away from your mouth?
今こんな顔見られたくないんだけど。
Right now? I don't want you to see my face like this. Because you're smiling?
え？
You have a habit of covering your mouth with your hand, don't you? I thought that you were just shy, but then you did it in situations where you shouldn't be. I just thought that in those situations, maybe you were lying or trying to hold in your laughter. To tell the truth, I knew that I was saying something rude, but seeing the same action repeatedly at specific moments made a certain suspicion begin to creep upon me. The suspicion that Ohtaro was acting in order to get me on his side. Please deny it. Please tell me that I'm just misunderstanding. But my wish didn't come true.
なんだ、バレてたのか。
Man, I guess the jig is up. That was when Ohtaro simply lifted his hand away from his face. Unlike the earnest expression he showed earlier, the face he had been hiding under his hand was entirely emotionless. Though it might have looked that way because of what I pointed out, rather than always looking like that.
なら、わざわざ媚びを売る必要もないな。
In that case, there's no need for me to go out of my way to flatter
お
you.
前の言う通りだよ。愛とか思いやりっていうのは、良いかから最もかけ離れた感情だ。俺が他人に対して好意を抱くわけない。
Got it figured out. Feelings like love and consideration are completely alien to us, Blightfall. Me feeling affection for others? It's impossible.
良いかは負の感情の塊だって、昨日も説明してやったのに忘れたのか。
Blightfall are embodiments of negative emotions, or did you forget that I explained all this to you only yesterday? Though I had been prepared, him saying it out loud was such a shock that my vision went black. In other words, everything Ohtaro did and said up until this point was nothing more than an act to move things along smoothly. The innocent smile he showed me and the feelings he shared, his forlorn expression that made me feel guilty. Everything was in order to make me, a member of the Hakuseki clan, join his side. You pretended to like me just for that? If you wanted me on your side, there were easier ways to do it.
でも、嬉しかっただろ？
But it made you happy, didn't it? Ohtaro muttered those words with a face that said he didn't care at all. It was a cruel expression, one that forced me to realize that Ohtaro, that I liked, had never existed in the first place. No way. He sounded almost exasperated. I could feel that my heart was becoming colder and colder. My love had, in the true sense of the word, ended at that moment. The skipping of my heart every time Ohtaro smiled at me, the warmth I felt in our clasped hands, the strong arms that rescued me from peril. Everything was a lie. As soon as I realized that, my beautiful, vibrantly colorful world suddenly faded into a lifeless gray.
ああ、ごめんな。もしかして傷つけた？
Sorry, did I hurt you? Ohtaro got even closer to me. I tried to back up out of reflex, but before I could, Ohtaro placed his hand on my wrist and around the back of my neck. In doing that, he prevented my escape. Despite the situation, Otaro's expression was still one of boredom. His blank face, so blank that he looked more emotionless than a vessel, started to take up all of my vision.
じゃあ、慰めてやるよ。
Oh my god. Fine, I'll comfort you. The second I thought we'd bump into each other, something soft was pressed against my lips. What's this? For a second, I didn't understand what had happened. Otaro's soft bangs were touching my forehead. Our eyes met at an impossibly close distance. I was being kissed. By the time I realized that, it was already far too late. Ohtaro continued to observe me without so much as a blinking as I froze up in shock. He tilted his face to change the angle while his lips were still pressed against mine. The kiss naturally started to turn from a mere brushing of the lips to something much deeper. That's when I finally came to my senses. I moved the only free part of me, my mouth, and bit down hard on what he pushed up against it. It seemed that it was more effective than I thought it would be. Ohtaro finally showed me the first hint of surprise as he quickly pulled his face away from mine. A trickle of bright red blood was flowing down his mouth. The distinct taste of metal was also spreading slowly inside my mouth. That's how he turns people into Blightfall, girl.
やってくれたな。
You have some nerve. It didn't end there. Ohtaro used the hand around my neck to yank my hair. Even after he heard me scream, he didn't loosen his grip, evident anger twisting his face.
せっかく慰めてやろうと思ったのに。何が気に食わないんだ。今までだったらこれで十分喜んでいただろ。
Here I thought I'd comfort you. Why are you so upset about? This would have made you more than happy before.
それに、良いかの血を得れば良いかになる可能性があるって説明したよな。俺と口づけするより良いかになる方がいいのか。
If you drink a Blightfall's blood, you might turn into one. I explained that to you, didn't I? You'd rather be a Blightfall than kiss me?
今すぐそうなりたいって言うなら、してやるよ。たとえ白石の一族でも、腹いっぱい血を流し込めばさすがに良いかに変じる。
If you're so eager, why don't I just do it for you? If I fill your stomach with blood, even a member of the Hakuseki clan should transform into a Blightfall. Are you kidding me?
あ
I'm the one who should be mad toying with my heart and treating me like a fool? I don't know what happened to you in the past, but thanks to you, a lot of people are getting hurt. There's no way, even if I did like you, I could never accept something like that. I will never join your side. When I declared this, Ohtaro opened his eyes wide as if surprised. He stood frozen for a while, but then he quickly let out an exasperated sigh. I wasn't trying to skip, I'm sorry.
嫌われたものだな。
You really hate me, huh? I do. I hate you so much. But I still love you. Fighting back my tears, I murmured the words as if talking to myself. I knew more than anyone that what I was saying was illogical, but those were my honest, true feelings. I was an idiot.
お前、何言ってんの？
What are you talking about? I know that you're a Blightfall, and I know that you were only kind to me this whole time because you want me, a member of the Hakuseki clan. But I don't want to believe that everything we shared together was a lie. I mean, we spent so much time together, didn't we? We shared so many laughs and became so close. Sob. Ohtaro, please, why don't you give up on your revenge? Just come with us and...
うるさい!
Shut up. I have one rule, and that is we don't get violent against the MC. I can accept violence against other people, but we do not hit the main character, because how can you love someone that will hurt you? Ohtaro carelessly shoved me aside. Suddenly, without support, I let the momentum bring me to the ground. My skin was scratched from the fall and stung. Where he had pulled my hair, I could feel a pulsing heat. And yet all Ohtaro did was stare down at me with a chilling gaze.
お前に与えた選択肢は、俺に協力するかしないかだ。そんなくだらない話を聞くほど暇じゃない。
You can either cooperate with me or not. I don't have time to listen to your pointless blathering.
何を言おうと、計画は止めない。俺には、それ以外何もないんだ。
No matter what anyone says, I won't stop my plan. There's nothing else left for me. After he spat out those words, Ohtaro hurriedly walked off. As he passed, he looked a little lonely, but I might have just been seeing what I wanted to see. That was scary. As soon as I was left alone, I felt the adrenaline fade away. The only thing I could do was remain seated in the corner of the shrine, blankly staring down at the ground. Was I really nothing more than a pawn to Ohtaro, a pawn to use and manipulate? The faint taste of metal still lingered inside my mouth. We kissed, didn't we? I finally kissed the person I liked. I just wish it was under happier circumstances. As soon as I thought that, a tear welled up in the corner of my eyes. I was angry at myself for still thinking of such carefree things, and I felt hopelessly pathetic at how I couldn't hate Ohtaro despite all he's done to me. Just realized these dogs have two different facial expressions. If this continues, I feel dizzy. Even when I frantically shook my head, the vertigo didn't feel like it would go away. When I closed my eyes and curled up, an unfamiliar scene began playing in the back of my eyelids.
え、これ本当にもらっていいの？
Can I really have
え
this?
え、あなたのために買ってきたものよ。最近荷物が多くなってきていたでしょ。値付けがあれば便利なんじゃないかと思って。
Yes, we brought it for you. You've been carrying more things lately, haven't you? We thought that this would be easier if you had a Netsuke.
どうだ気に入ってくれたか
Do you like it?
ありがとうお母さん
Thanks, Mom and Dad. I love dogs.
かわいいな犬の根付けだね真っ白だけどところどころ赤くて耳と足の裏だけ真っ黒だ
It's so cute. It's a Netsuke of a dog. It's white, but there's some red here and there, and its ears and paws are black.
そうだこうして首に糸を巻いてあげたらもっと可愛くなるかも
Maybe it'll look cuter if I tie a thread around its
こら
neck.
こら、大切な糸をそんな無駄遣いするんじゃありません。
Hey now, don't go wasting such important thread on things like that.
いいじゃないかもう良いかだってほとんど出ない時代なんだ糸を遊びに使ったところで問題ないさ
It's fine. Blightfall hardly show up these days. Why not let her use the thread as a
も
toy?
うあなたったら、
Oh,
こ
honey.
の子には本当に甘いんですから。
Really spoil her.
これからもよろしくね大切に使ってあげる
Nice to meet you. I'm gonna take good care of you from now on. Two parents and their child having a pleasant conversation around a dog-shaped Netsuke. They, as well as the people around them, had skin and hair as white as snow. Huh. When I suddenly came to, I was standing in front of the shrine in the red light district, just like before. What was that just now? It felt awfully realistic to have been a dream. I tried blinking again and again, but the scene I had just witnessed would not disappear from my mind. There had been no mistake. I had been there. Those people, they were members of the Hakuseki clan, right? And that place, there wasn't any snow, but it looked a lot like the clan settlement. Hiccups, could it be a scene from the past? They said the Blightfall barely appeared anymore. The house looked new too. Speaking of which, they were talking about the dog-shaped Netsuki. A dog-shaped Netsuki. Like the one that's on his
ま
hip.
盗まれないようにするなら、あとは2を。
Ohtaro has the same one. It was white, but there was a red part on it, and its ears and paws were black. Is it even possible that Ohtaro was born from that Netsuki? But Ohtaro said that he was born a Blightfall. People, perhaps because I had witnessed such a peculiar scene, I had calmed down somewhat. The tears that had welled up were gone, and my fear and anger had also subsided. Their reason was I have to discover the truth, or maybe just stop. Everything doesn't have to get answered. Sometimes bad things happen, and we just gotta recover what we can. Let's recoup our losses, right? Let's just rat on Ohtaro already. I'm the only one who can do this. If I don't do it, then everything will end. If what I saw was not a hallucination, then Ohtaro must have had his own reasons. And there was a chance that the lonely expression I saw in him wasn't my imagination after all. It wouldn't be too late to sort out my feelings from Ohtaro after I figured something out. With newfound determination, I steeled myself. few days after that happened, the Onryoban continued to put its best effort into the investigation, but there was no progress on the case.
そういえばこの間、一部の人だけに情報共有みたいなことしてなかった？結局俺たち聞かされてないんだけど。
Speaking of which, wasn't there some meeting where a select few exchanged information? Are you guys gonna share that with us, or?
いやー、それがね、恥ずかしいことに俺の早とちりだったみたいなんだ。だから何も伝えられることはなくて。
All about that. Embarrassingly enough, it turned out I was just jumping to conclusions, so there was nothing to share.
迷惑なやつめ。少しでも人手が欲しいこの状況で、
I'm gonna
散
grab a
々振り
drink
回して
really
くれると
quick.
はな。
Buddha, keep talking. I'll be right back. I am back, and I have a drink now. You troublesome idiot. At a time where we need every single pair of hands on deck, you really had to go and give us a round,
前
run
々か
around.
ら思っていたが、お前、お庭番としての自覚がなさすぎるんじゃないか？
I've thought this for a while, but for a member of the Onryoban, you sure lack a lot of self-awareness. Trying my best here.
だからごめんって言ってるだろ。
Come on, I already apologized, didn't I?
まあまあ、お二人とも、もう終わったことですし。
Alright, let's just calm down. Miyashi's threads are blight blue. He must feel really guilty about it. We're in the really tight situation, so it's no surprise that he jumped to conclusions.
失敗くらいは誰にでもある。落ち込む暇があるならば、その間に任務を進めてもらいたい。
Everyone makes mistakes. If you have time to feel down, I'd prefer if you'd use it on your mission
重
instead.
要なのは天一棒を捉えることだ。事件さえ解決できれば、その過程はどうであろうと問題ない。
What's important is capturing Tenchibo. So long as we can solve the case, it doesn't matter how we get there. About that, everyone nodded together at Kyoshiro's conclusion. After that, the usual conversations started again, but during that time, I was observing Ohtaro out of the corner of my eye. There it is, a dog-shaped Netsuke. The Netsuke attached to his obi really was in the shape of a puppy. Its features were also the same as the one I had seen in my dream last night. That strange scene yesterday, that was something the Netsuke showed me. I don't know if it's Ohtaro himself or some other being, but then at that moment, the sound of something collapsing came from out front.
良いかが出たのだろう。行くぞ。
A Blightfall must have appeared. Let's go. Everyone nodded at the call to arms and took up a sword at their side. Dun 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 dun.
これでよしっと。
That'll do it. But as soon as we went out to the front, the Blightfall was easily defeated. Considering how many vessels were assembled, a normal Blightfall was no match for us. We were also able to save the attacked citizens without incident.
それにしても良いかが現れるには少々早くないだろうか。
In any case,
まだ日は落ちきっていないというのに。
isn't it a little early for Blightfall to appear? The sun hasn't completely set yet.
良いかも数が増えてきたせいか、活動が活発になってきているのかもね。
Maybe it's because there's more Blightfall around, but they're getting pretty active.
じゃあこれからは昼間にも良いかが出るってこと？そんなことになったら休む暇もないじゃん。
Does that mean Blightfall are going to start appearing during the daytime too? I don't know. You tell me, Ohtaro. We won't have any time to rest. As I listened to the conversation and observed my surroundings, I noticed something strange. Oddly, I could see what appeared to be footprints made out of black threads scattered around the street. Not only that, but they were definitely from other emotional imprints, waving around as if they had some form of consciousness. Could this be the footprints of a Blightfall? I've never seen something like this before, but it doesn't seem like they belong to Ohtaro. There's nothing like this where he's standing right now. There is an itch right now. That means it's either Lord Hebe or another humanoid Blightfall. A normal Blightfall looks like a spider, so it wouldn't leave behind prints like these. So if I follow these footprints, would I be able to reach someone who's involved with this case? As soon as I thought of that, I immediately reported the mysterious footprints to the member of the Oniopan. Though they were doubtful at first, they became convinced after I finished explaining everything.
良いかの足跡か。なぜいきなりそのようなものが見えるようになったのだろうか。
A Blightfall's footprints? I wonder why you are suddenly able to see such a thing.
お嬢さんの力を知った良いか側が罠として残した可能性はないでしょうか。
Isn't there a possibility that the Blightfall forces left them behind as a trap, knowing that the young miss could see them? The wrong button.
市中引き回しで日比江とお嬢さんはかなり接近していましたし、白石の一族の存在が良いか側にバレていてもおかしくはないかと。
During the public parade, Hebe and the young miss were within close contact of each other. It would not be odd if they knew the Hakuseki clan was still persisted.
ですが、それだと不自然だと思います。
But I think that it would be rather
残留思念がどういう
unnatural.
見え方をしているのかは、彼女本人にしかわからないはずですよね。そんな曖昧な罠をわざわざ残すでしょうか。
She should be the only person who knows the emotional imprints look like, right? Would they go out of their way and leave such a vague
僕
trap?
は彼女の力が強くなったと考える方が自然だと思います。厳しい戦いがあったばかりだし、成長の機会はたくさんあったはずです。
I think it's more natural to think that her powers have gotten stronger. We just had a difficult battle, so she should have had plenty of chances to develop them.
なるほど。それも一理ありますね。
I see. You have a point. During that conversation, Ohtaro didn't attempt to say a single word. Seeing how he had lowered his head as if deep in thought, he might not have expected this turn of events. Is Tomonari actually right?
どちらにせよ、足跡の正体を確かめる必要があるな。手がかりの少ない現状では、罠だったとしても飛び込んでみるしかない。
In any case, we need to confirm who is behind the footprints, even if it's a trap. We have no leads right now. We have no choice but to jump onto it.
手間をかけるが、今からその足跡の追跡を頼みたい。
Lee, I'm sorry to trouble you, but I want you to pursue these footprints. Of course, I understand. There was no telling when the prince would disappear, so it was not a mistake to investigate them first. I was curious about the dog-shaped Natsuke, but it would be more clarifying to ask Ohtaro about it when I found some time alone with him.
そうだな。護衛はまず武家町組に任せる。この辺りの地理には一番詳しいはずだ。
For her protection, we'll leave it to the samurai town team. They should be the most familiar with the geography
連絡
here.
用に俺の鷹青葉を貸そう。別の区画に移動する場合はこいつで連絡を取り、該当箇所の担当者たちと合流するといい。
For communication, I'll lend you my hawk, Albo. If you move to another district, use him to contact those in charge of that area to meet with them.
他の者は彼女から連絡があるまでいつも通り巡回していてくれ。
As for the other patrol, as usual until she contacts us. And so, the mysterious footprint investigation team was to set out in haste.
それじゃあ気合を入れて足跡とやらを追っていくとするか。
Alright then, let's get fired up and chase after those footprints.
よろしくね。
We're counting on you. Right, I'm excited to work with the two of you. After everyone departed for their own positions, we immediately began investigating the footprints spread across the street. From a glance, I could tell that there were a lot of footprints left behind around the base. They might have made the footprints as they were wandering about. In that case, I need to figure out where they came from and where they went. It looks like the footprints are connected here. Can we head over?
ああ、構わない。行こう。
Sounds good. Let's go. After that, the team moved forward while following my lead. Tomonari and Tojo stayed close to my side as if protecting me, and I observed what was on the ground.
それにしても、この3人で歩くのも久しぶりだな。
Now that I think about it, it's been a while since the three of us walked together.
彼女を江戸に連れてきた時以来だよね。つい数ヶ月前のことなのに、すごく昔のことのように感じる。
Ever since she brought you to Ito, right? It's been only a few months, but it feels like it's been a lot longer than that. I didn't realize it's been that long. When I looked around me, I noticed that the trees growing in the garden were starting to take a beautiful hue. My arrival in Ito was during the middle of summer, so the leaves were still a vibrant green. In other words, an entire season was about to pass.
あれからいろいろあったな。江戸もすっかり寂れちまったし。
So many things have happened since then. Now Ito's a complete disaster. Gosh, imagine if we just knew who was behind it. Yeah, you're right. In stark difference from its usual tranquility, Samurai Town was in an uproar. On the other side of the street, a group of what appeared to be firefighters were rushing somewhere. Was there another fire? There were emotional imprints rustling about here and there, and there was no telling if and when they would transform into a
そういえ
lightball.
ば、江戸を案内した時もこの3人で回ったね。みんなに合わせるために街中を歩いたの。
Speaking of, the three of us were together when we showed you around Ito too. Do you remember when we walked around the city and introduced you to everyone? Of course I do. It was really fun. When I first came to Ito, I had been overwhelmed by the sheer number of people. We had taken our time in the tea house and in Castletown. I could still remember being excited at the first play I saw in the entertainment district. I want to go to the theater again with everyone. I haven't seen a play since then.
あの時食べたスケロク弁当、美味しかったね。
The sushi lunch we ate that day was delicious. Yeah, the bento we ate while watching the kabuki was so good.
とは言っても、今はそういった店も全部閉まっているからな。
Even if we wanted to, all those shops are closed now. Oh, you're right. Tojo's words brought me back to reality. The entertainment district was pretty much ruins now. No one was putting on plays, nor was there anyone to come watch any. Just when would Ito regain its usual peace? Would it be after I finally confessed that I knew who was causing all these problems but wasn't being honest? Kunitaka?
すまん。なんだか空気が暗くなっちまったな。つい任務と結びつけちまって。
Sorry. Looks like I ruined the mood. I just couldn't help but tie it to the mission. No, it's fine. Please don't worry about it.
どうせならもっと楽しいことを考えようよ。キクリアが次にやるお芝居は何なのかとか、国高に何をおごってもらうのかとか。
If we're going to talk about something, let's talk about some fun stuff, like the next show that Kikuria will put on, or that food that Kunitaka will treat us to next.
おいおい、俺におごらせるのは確定なのか？
Hold on, who decided I was going to treat you to? Perhaps it was because I had spent the trip to Ito with them, but I felt a sense of security when I was with Tomonari and Tojo, like I was spending time with family. I was grateful for it, especially with all the worries I had about the city in Ohtaro.
そういえばお前は娯楽街組なんだよな。大変な区画だって聞いているけど、さすがにもう慣れたか？
I thought you'd talk longer. Oh yeah, Leah, you're part of the entertainment district team, right? I heard it was pretty difficult, but I guess you must be used to it by now. Oh, yes, everyone is very kind. So I'm somehow managing to hold on.
あの3人が優しい。
Those three are kind?
君、騙されているんじゃない？もしくは脅されているとか。
Are you sure they're not toying with you or like threatening you? That's not it. Yabura has a foul mouth and doesn't speak much, so it's easy to misunderstand, but he's actually doing a really good job as a superior. Kenji also scolds me and messes with me, but he always comes up to rescue me whenever I need it. And Ohtaro, he's a light fall. But you know, I can forgive that. Yeah, he was nice. That was all I could say now in regards to Ohtaro. In truth, after I started working in the entertainment district, Otaro's cheerfulness and kindness had helped me a lot. But now that I knew all of it was fake, I didn't know what to say.
準備はいいかしら?
Are you ready?
ああ、問題ない。
Yeah, no problem. There was when I encountered a young man and woman coming out of a manor. We happened to be passing by. Judging from how the two of them were wearing tidy clothes, they appeared to be proper residents of Samurai Town rather than thieves or arsonists.
どうも、こんばんは。このお屋敷の方ですか？
Good evening. Are you two from this manor?
はい。私たち平岡家のものですの。私はしずき。こちらは和影と申しますわ。
Yes, we are the Hiroka family. I am Suzuki, and this is Kazuka Kaji.
こんな時間に出かけるのは危険ですよ。あちこちで騒ぎが起こっているので。
It's dangerous to go out at this hour. There's a lot of incidents happening around here.
それは分かっているのですが、少々用事がありまして。
We know that, but there's an errand we must run.
僕たちは幕府の命で見回りをしているものです。こちらでお手伝いできることがあればいたしますが。
We are patrolling on the Shogunate's orders. If there's something you need help with, we'll gladly lend our assistance.
いえ、大丈夫です。私たち、これから近くの宿場まで避難しようとしているところなので。
It's alright. We're just in the middle of evacuating to the inn nearby. Huh? But Mr. Kazukaji is the owner of this house, isn't he? If they're in a samurai family, they should have obligations and duties that would make it difficult to move around freely.
ああ、こんな身なりだと勘違いさせてしまいますよね。実は私、形人なんですよ。
Oh, I suppose it's easy to make that mistake because of what I'm wearing. To tell you the truth, I'm actually a form folk.
もう平岡家は武家として改易されています。だからその分、他の方より身軽でして。
But Hiroka family has been stripped of its titles, so compared to others, I have fewer responsibilities.
公方様にはお世話になったから残ろうかと思ったんですけどね。そうも言っていられなくなりまして。
Popped up a window and I have regrets. I owe a lot to the shogun, so I considered staying behind, but I don't have that luxury anymore.
何か事情でも？
Is something the matter?
私、どうしても死ねない事情がありますの。私にしかできないことがありまして。
For certain reasons I need to stay alive, there's something only I can do. As she muttered, Shizuki glanced at the item she held in her hand, a notebook. No, it's been decorated quite elaborately. Maybe it's a novel or something.
逃げるのではなく、生きるために避難したいのです。
So we don't want to run away. We want to evacuate. We want to survive.
そろそろ行こう、しずき。
It's about time to go, Suzuki. And then the two, each holding a furishiko cloth, left the manor. Despite the fact that it was the middle of the night, their silhouettes seemed imbued with hope.
今のご時世、いろんな生き方があるよな。俺たちも続きを調べるとするか。
To each their own, I guess. We should continue on with our investigation. Yes. Interesting. I'm so curious. After we walked for a bit again, we arrived at the front of a large manor. This manor has a lot of footprints around it.
え？ここか？
Here. Tojo looked up at the manor with a confused expression. Had he been here before?
あれ？中に誰かいるみたい。
It looks like someone's inside.
なんだって？おいおい、空き巣じゃないだろうな。
What'd you say? Don't tell me it's a burglar. Lured by the voices from beyond the outer wall, we entered the manor and saw a woman standing by herself in the garden. Though she had brought servants to guard her, it felt very odd for her to be outside at this time of day.
Tojo-san!
Oh my Tojo! Hey Chi, what's up, girl?
こんな時間にどうしたんですか？
Chi, what are you doing at this hour? It seemed the woman was an acquaintance of Chojo's. As soon as he realized who she was, Tojo immediately ran to her side.
ここ、国高が借りている屋敷なんだ。たまに寺子屋を開いているから、割と自由に出入りができる感じになっていて。
This is the manor that Kunitaka's renting. He runs a temple school on occasion, so people are kind of allowed to come and go whenever they want.
あの人は丹波家の奥方、千恵さん。この近くに住んでいる武家の人。だから怪しい人ではないよ。
See her? She's the wife of Tanba family. She's from a samurai family that lives nearby. You can trust her. I get it now.
よかった。ご無事だったのですね。この辺りから変な声が聞こえてきたので、何かあったのかと思いまして。
I'm so glad to see you're all right. I heard a strange voice coming from around here, so I was wondering if something had happened.
変な声。
A strange voice.
こちらの方なんですけど。
From over here. She pointed at a small space between the wall and a potted tree. Prompted, Tojo bravely peered inside.
ああ、猫が迷い込んでいたようです。もう逃げたので大丈夫だと思いますよ。
It looks like a cat wandered in. It's already ran away, so it should be alright.
そうだったんですか。
Oh, that's good to hear. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief at the unexpected, heartwarming discovery.
もしかして皆さんお勤めをなさっていたんですか？
Are you here on duty, perhaps?
ええ。今は夜が一番危険ですからね。ここ最近はずっとこんな風に受け町全体を見て回っているんですよ。
Yes, nighttime is usually the most dangerous as of late. We've been busy patrolling around samurai time like this lately.
そうですか。
もし食事の準備をするのが難しいようなら、いつでも我が家を頼ってくださいね。
If it's difficult to prepare food, please feel free to rely on my family whenever you need to.
こんな時のために蓄えはできておりますから。高村さんとそちらのお嬢さんも遠慮せずに来てください。
Stocking up supplies. I hit a button, I hit a button, I hit a button, I hit a button. I may be trying to slide this in my sleeve, but it's not working. We're stocking up supplies for times like these. Takamura and the young miss there can come as well. No need to be shy.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you very much. Really, you're too kind.
こういう時はお互い様ですよ。
Don't worry, we all have to rely on each other in times of need. Cheese smile was beautiful. It made me feel warm just by looking at it. Even in this situation, there were people who were doing whatever they could to help others. That's right. Humans aren't that hopeless. Oh my gosh, my soul. And then, as we continued to walk, the footprints finally entered Castletown. Sorry for the wait. It was then that the bodyguard would change from Samurai Town duo to Kyuga and Yoichi of the Castletown team. When we let go of Aibo, the hawk had borrowed from Kyoshiro, the pair immediately came to meet us. But we could only see Kyuga.
あれ、ヨイチは
Where's
航
Yoichi?
行先で問題があったため遅れてくるそうだ。もう少ししたら合流する予定ゆえ。
There's a problem at his workplace. He's gonna be late. Don't worry, he'll be joining us later.
そうか。ならもう引き継ぎをしても良さそうだな。歩き続けて大変だろうけど、頑張れよ。
I guess we can do the handoff then. Leah, I'm sure you're tired from all the walking, but keep up the good work.
何かあったらいつでも相談してね。
If anything happens, you can talk to us, alright? Like if Otaro's a Blightfall, you can tell us about that. We'll be there for you. Alright, thank you.
Genjiroもよろしくな。
Genjiro, keep her safe. Dun 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 dun. After that, Tojo and Tomonari return to Samurai Town. Without so much as stopping for a rest. Why would they stop? Oh my gosh, it's me. I'm gonna keep trying to do this and hit a button every time I try. Alright, we did it. My hands are cold, so I'm trying to hide in my kimono. Hi. I assumed they were going to spend the night fighting Blightfall in order to protect Samurai Town. After we saw them off, Kyuga turned back to look at me.
さて、待っている時間がもったいない。ここに至るまでどのような道筋をたどったのか説明してもらえるか。
And then readjust my entire outfit because I did this. I just realized I have a whole inside that's got way more open space. Now then, it would be a waste to just stand around and wait. Could you explain what kind of path you took on your way here? Why? Of course. Now that I think about it, it might be the first time teaming up with Kyugo for a mission. I'm a little nervous. It's okay. You already know who the cause of all this is. You're not doing anything about it. First, the Blightfall left a lot of footprints around Oniwaban base. It was probably observing what we were up to. After that, it wandered off. The first place it arrived at was Tojo's temple school. There were a lot of footprints left there as well. And then it looked like it came straight to Castletown.
お庭番の拠点に国高が営んでいる寺子屋か。
See, the Oniwaban base and the temple school Kunitaka runs. After hearing that, Kyuga placed his hand to his chin as if gathering his
も
thoughts.
しかするとその良いかは人が多く集まっているところをたどっていたのかもしれないな。
The Blightfall might be visiting areas where many people gather, or it could be following the Oniwaban. Hello? That might be. Normally people would gather at the base and at a temple school, but why would it do that? Why wouldn't it do that? What do you mean, why would it do that? My controller is quite literally sideways and it's making me hit all the buttons wrong. Okay.
普通に考えるとするなら、糧となる残留思念を集めているのかもしれない。
Thinking things over, I would wager that it's a gathering emotional imprints for it to consume. To consume. Then there are really... Then these really... Are these really Lord Hebe's footprints? Ohtaro also said that Lord Hebe was the only one who could absorb a lot of emotional imprints.
あ、いたいた。
There you are. Yoichi jogged over towards us from the back of the main street.
戻ったか。問題とやらは解決したのか。
Welcome back. Did you solve the problem you mentioned?
まあね。方向先に良いかが出たって聞いたから、サクッと退治してきた。
Pretty much. I heard a blightfall appeared at my workplace, so I had to go exterminate it real quick. Oh yeah, Yoichi works at a brewery, right? Were your people at your work all right? There must have been a lot of people since it's a brewery,
大
right?
丈夫。呆れるくらいみんな元気だよ。こんな状況だっていうのに、明日のまかないの話で盛り上がったりしてる。
It's fine. They're more than fine. Actually, the city is in chaos. And they've what? And there they were? Okay. And there they were, all excited about tomorrow's staff meeting.
のんきなものだよね。
Not a care in the world.
うん。たくましいのだな。彼らのような者たちがまだ残っているのなら、いつか必ず江戸も活気を取り戻すだろう。
They seem like a tenacious lot. If there are people like them still left, Edo is bound to regain its vigor someday.
彼らを守るためにも、今回の任務、気を引き締めていくぞ。
Let's give the mission our all for Edo and for them.
はいはい、わかったよ。じゃあそろそろ出発しようか。
Alright, alright. You can save the speech for later. Let's hurry up and go. After that, we immediately began to follow the Blightfall's footprints. On the way, we passed by the main street, but it looked like nothing that I remembered. Where people before the main street had been alive with the sound of people even at night. But now, most of the stores were closed. Curled up on the side of the street were townsfolk who looked weak and frail. What's happening to everyone?
良いかの襲撃や火事のせいで家を失ってしまった者が多いのだ。故に皆、少しでも明かりのある場所へ集まってきている。
Many people lost their homes to the Blightfall and arson. Therefore, everyone has been gathering to places with the faintest bit of light.
幕府でも対応はしてるけど、見ての通り、数が多すぎて追いつけていないみたい。
The Shogunite's been trying to deal with them, but as you can tell, they haven't really been keeping up. Oh no. After witnessing the horrible scene with my own eyes, I was forced to realize just how much Edo had been driven into a corner. And I knew exactly who had created this situation. It's Mimi. Swap tea. Does anyone want some tea? Right in the middle of that, a cheery, out-of-place voice echoed from the distance. Mimi. To my surprise, Mimi was still working as a poster girl for the tea house despite the situation they were in. Judging from how she had cups in her hands and was handing them out to the people on the side of the road, she was likely giving out tea.
ご主人、しっかりしてください。こんなところで座り込んでいたら危ないです。
Master, please keep it together. It's dangerous to sit in a place like this.
ええ、ごめんなさい。ちょっとめまいがして。
I'm sorry. I just felt a little bit dizzy.
よかったらこれ、いかがかしら？
Would you care for some tea?
お茶ですか？お気持ちは嬉しいんですけど、私、お金がなくて。
Tea, I'm grateful for the consideration, but I don't have any money.
あら、お金なんていいのよ。これはうちの店主に配ってこいって言われたものなんだから。
Oh my, you don't need to pay. This is something my boss told me to go and hand out.
ほら、遠慮しないで飲んで。そっちの子も。
Come on, don't be shy. Drink up and you too.
ありがとうございます。
Thank you so much. In contrast to the castle town dark and gloomy mood, somehow the atmosphere around Mibi was warm and cheerful.
で、足跡はどっちに繋がっているわけ？
Where the footprints lead. Straight along the main street after that, they seem to lead into the alleys. Can I go talk to Mimi for a bit?
ああ、構わない。こんな状況だ。会える時に会っておくといい。
Of course, we don't mind. Considering the circumstances, you should meet with her whenever you can. Thank you for that. After I bowed my head to the two, I immediately ran towards Mimi. Mimi, long time no see.
よかった。無事だったのね。
Oh, Lee, I'm so glad you're okay. When I called out to Mimi, Mimi greeted me with her usual wide grin.
すぐに会いに行けなくてごめんなさい。城下町でもいろいろ面倒なことになっていて。最近大変なことになっているけど、大丈夫だった？
I'm sorry I wasn't able to go see you. Castletown's going through its fair share of troubles. Have you been holding up okay? Yeah, I'm fine. But before that, are you going to stay in Edo?
ええ。水茶屋のみんなが残るって言うから。そういうあなたこそ避難しなくていいの？江戸にいると危ないわよ。
Yes, everyone at the tea house is remaining, so what about you? Shouldn't you evacuate? It's dangerous to stay in Edo. I have something I need to do.
奉公先のお仕事？でも、娯楽街だったら今はどこも商売はしていないんじゃ。
Is it work? If it's the entertainment district, I thought I heard none of the stores were open for business. That's true. But would it be alright to tell her the truth? I glanced back at Kyuga and Yoichi and the two nodded quietly back. It seemed that it was safe to tell her now. Mimi, I'm sorry that was a lie.
え？どういうこと？
What do you mean? I've actually been working for the shogunate. I'm in charge of the case that is happening right now, so I can't leave Edo.
幕府？事件？いきなり何を言って。
The shogunate? The cases? What are you talking about all of a sudden? I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. I wasn't able to tell you until now because it's a secret. When I told her all that, Mimi froze up and the tea still in her hand.
そうだったのね。びっくりしちゃったわ。
Is that so? That's a surprise.
でも、冷静に考えればそうよね。武家の方に居候させてもらっているのに、奉公先は娯楽街なんておかしいもの。
Makes sense now that I think about it. It's weird that you were working in the entertainment district when you were already with the samurai family. That's true, even though it was a spur of the moment. I came up with a pretty lame excuse.
だけど、逆に安心したわ。あなたたちが頑張ってくれているなら、絶対江戸に平和が戻ってくるわよね。
But that's actually makes me less worried. If you're all working on the case, I'm sure Edo will be peaceful again.
私にも協力できることがあったら言ってね。あなたのお姉ちゃんなんだから、どんどん頼ってくれていいのよ。
Let me know if there's anything I can do to help you with. You can always count on your older sister. Right, thank you, Mimi. This feels like the actual true ending because it's reintroducing all the characters from the other routes. With that party note, I said my farewell. Just as in Samurai Town, as we talked with the people in Edo, I was reminded again of how everyone was doing their best to survive. I have to do something about this situation in order to protect these people. I'm the only one getting closer to the truth. As I thought that, actually, that's a good point. Thinking about this game. Nope. Gotta remember where things are. He likes me. He really likes me. As I thought that, I checked my surroundings and saw something new in the footprints we were pursuing. Wait a second.
どうした？
What's wrong? The footprints, they split into two pairs. What do you think this means?
分裂したわけはないだろうから、もともと2人いたんじゃない？それが別々の道に進んだってだけでしょ。
The Blightfall split itself. Would it be would be a stupid theory, so there must have been 2 of them from the start, and this is where they went their
ひ
separate
とまず
ways.
片方の足跡を最後まで辿ってみることにしよう。もう片方を追うのはそれからでも問題ないはずだ。
To start, we'll pursue one set of footprints until the end. We can pursue the other set after. I understand. So does that mean that there is another human-shaped lightfall other than Lord Hebe and Ohtaro? My confusion worsened as the mysteries surrounding the footprints continued to deepen. The footprints led us to Castletown into the next district. It seems that they continue into the entertainment district.
では我々の役目はここまでのようだ。
Then it appears our duty ends here.
あのさ、結局この足跡って目的地があるわけじゃなくて、江戸をぐるりと巡回してるだけなんじゃないの？
Don't you think these footprints are just circling Edo without an actual destination?
それは最後まで辿ってみないことには何とも言えないが。
We can't say for sure until we reach the end of the path.
あれみんなどうしたんだよ
What are you guys doing?
おや、こんなところで奇遇ですね。
Oh my, what a coincidence to meet you here. That was when Kinji and Ohtaro arrived. They must have just fought a Blightfall as they were both wielding their
お
swords.
嬢さんが一緒ということは、もしや例の任務の最中ですか？
Since the young miss is with you, I assume you are in the midst of the aforementioned mission.
ああ。だが、ここから先は娯楽街に足跡が続いているようだ。
It appears the footprints continue out from here into the entertainment district.
連絡する手間が省けてよかった。あとは2人に任せてもいいよね。
That saves us the hassle of trying to contact you. We can leave the rest to you, right?
そういうことなら任せておけって。足跡の追跡は俺たちが引き継ぐぜ。
If that's what's going on, leave it to us. We'll keep on pursuing those footprints
も
for
とも
you.
とそういう手はずでしたしね。
That was the original plan. Alright, Leah, we'll leave the rest
終
to
わったら
you.
情報共有よろしく。
Let us know what you find once you're done. Thank you so much. Yeah, leave me with the guy who literally wants us to fail. Without turning back to look, Yoichi and Kyugo walked off. All that was left was to continue. Chi-Chi? Sound like my dog was in the room, but I don't think she is. Alright, all that was left was to continue pursuing footprints with Ohtaro and Kinji. The footprints I've been chasing after all this time are leading me to Ohtaro. I thought it was my imagination at the start, but it seems certain that each time Ohtaro took another step, new footprints appeared. So that means these footprints were always Otaro's. But when I saw him at the base, he didn't leave behind footprints. That must mean Ohtaro can choose whether or not to leave footprints, and even leave them on purpose. There weren't any footprints before we started this mission, so I guess Ohtaro usually walks around without leaving them behind.
一緒に頑張ろうぜ。
Hey Leah, let's do this thing. As I was deep in thought, Ohtaro smiled at me in a friendly manner. Though he had on his cheery smile, something about it felt like he was trying to provoke me. Wait a minute, has he been making new footprints because he knows that I can see them and wants to throw me off the trail? Making new footprints would hide the ones I should really be chasing after all. But if I think of it that way, that means Ohtaro didn't expect that I would become capable of seeing a Blightfall's footprints.
さて、時間は有限です。ぼーっと立ってないで行きますよ。
We have a limited time. Let's get going. Kinji, who had no idea what was going on, took the lead and started to walk off. But now that I knew that the footprints belonged to Ohtaro, there was no use in following them any further. I'm sorry.
どうかしたのか
What's wrong? It seems like the footprints I was chasing ended right here, so I'm going to return to the folks and the fork in the trail.
ちょっと、お嬢さん。
Young miss, wait a moment. There was a high chance that the other set of footprints did not belong to Ohtaro. In the end, I returned to the fork in the path by myself.
そんなに慌ててどうしたんだよ。
Yeah, what are you in such a hurry for? But after walking a short distance, I heard Otaro's voice come from behind. I quickly turned around and saw Ohtaro alone, walking calmly towards me. The friendly facade he'd kept up to this point had completely vanished. He was walking towards me like a predator stalking his prey.
なんでそんな警戒してんの？俺はただお前を護衛しに来ただけだよ。一人で良いかの足跡を追うなんて危険だもんな。
You seem nervous. Weird, I only came here to protect you. After all, it's dangerous to chase after a Blightfall's footprints by
とりあえ
yourself.
ず次のお庭番に合流するまでは俺がそばにいて守ってやるよ。ま、近所に命令されただけなんだけど。
I'll stay by your side and make sure you're safe until you meet up with the next Onioban. Kinji's orders. Though that was the entire truth, Ohtaro himself looked like he had no intention of fulfilling his duty as my guard. That being said, Ohtaro was the most dangerous being in Edo. Even if other Blightfalls show up, they wouldn't pose a threat. Ohtaro, there's something I want to ask you.
何？足跡のこと？
What about the footprints? No, I've already got the gist of it. I don't know if you'd answer me honestly anyways, even if I asked.
言ってくれるじゃん。それくらい冷めてる方がこっちもやりやすい。で、聞きたいことってなんだよ。
You've got a mouth on you. I like it better when you're acting cold, easier for me to deal with. So, what is it you want to know? I want you to tell me about who you really are.
それなら前にも教えただろ？
Didn't I tell
俺
you
は生まれ
before?
ながらの良いかだって。
I'm a Blightfall from birth. But you still haven't told me how you were born. Are you a Blightfall that was born from the dog-shaped Netsuke?
は？
Huh? When I asked the question while pointing at the Netsuke hanging on his waist, Ohtaro stopped moving as if he was taken aback.
お前、何を根拠に言ってる？
What makes you say that? I saw it. I saw a girl with the Hakuseki clan being gifted that Netsuke. I think it might have been a vision from the past.
過去？いきなり何言ってるんだ？頭でもおかしくなったんじゃないか？
The past? What are you talking about? You must be losing your mind. Maybe, but the threads that you received from the girl, didn't you? And it looks like the threads that should be tied around the Netsuke aren't there anymore. Ohtaro was clearly bewildered. He hid his Netsuke with the palm of his hand as if protecting it, all while glaring at me. Judging by his reaction, it doesn't seem like that dream was Otaro's doing. I continued to wait and see what Ohtaro would do, and after a while he lowered his hand as if he had given up.
そこまで知られているのなら、隠しても仕方ないか。そうだよ。これが俺の元となった道具だ。
If you know that much, I guess there's no point in hiding it. You're right. This is the tool I was born from. Saying that, Ohtaro took the dog-shaped Netsuke he had been hiding and placed it on the palm of his hand. It was the exact same white-shaped Netsuke I saw in my dream. Unlike how he handled the heat pack, he was very careful with his
だけ
actions.
ど、生まれながらの良いかっていうのは嘘じゃない。俺は道具から直接良いかになったんだ。
But I wasn't lying. When I said I was a Blightfall from birth, I was born a Blightfall directly from this Netsuke. How's that even possible?
実際にそうなんだから、俺にはそうとしか言えない。こんなことで嘘をついても仕方ないだろ。
That's what actually happened, so I'm as clueless as you are. There's no point in lying about it.
それより次は、お前が答える番だ。お前、どうやって俺の過去とやらを覗き見たんだ？
More importantly, it's your turn to answer my question now. How exactly did you manage to see into my past? Based on his serious expression, he truly wanted an answer, but all I could do was slowly shake my head at his question. I don't know either. I just happened to see it.
役に立たないな。
Useless. But I want you to answer this. Ohtaro, did you live with the Hakuseki clan in the past? If you were born a Blightfall directly from that tool, something bad must have happened to that girl, right?
そこまで教えてやる筋合いはない。道具のことを明かしてやったのは、お前に言い当てられたからだ。
Like I tell you anything? The only reason I told you about my tool was because you guessed right. But unless you tell me everything yourself, I won't be able to give you an answer. Which means I won't be able to join your side. Or maybe he just wants you to delay his answer so that he's got enough power and he doesn't need you anyways. My true feelings had seeped into my words when he heard me Otaru's face become expressionless.
何か勘違いしてないか？俺は、お庭番につくか、こちら側につくか選べと言っているんだ。
You must have misunderstood me. I told you to choose whether you'd stick with the Onioban or come to my side.
俺がどんな過去を持っていたとしても、お前の選択に影響はないはずだ。だってこれは、お前が覚悟を決めるか決めないかの問題なんだから。
No matter what my past is, what shouldn't affect your decision, that shouldn't affect your decision. This is about you and whether you can make up your own mind.
まさか、すべての事情が分かれば俺を説得できるとか甘いこと考えてないだろうな。
Don't tell me you think that if you knew the whole story, you could convince me to stop. You're not that naive, are you? What Otaru said was exactly the truth. Unable to confirm or deny it, I kept silent. Otaru looked, then took yet another step forward as if to threaten me.
お前、とんでもない偽善者だな。この一連の争いは、俺たちか人間、どちらかが滅びることでしか決着はつけられないんだよ。
You're an unbelievable hypocrite. This entire series of conflicts isn't going to end until either us or the humans are destroyed.
わかるか？お前が時間をかければかけるほど、全員苦しむ羽目になるんだ。
Don't you realize that the more you waste, the longer everyone has to suffer? At those words, I remembered all the citizens of Ito I had met through the day. Some people were trying to escape from Ito in order to live. Others were remaining in Ito and working to help encourage their neighbors. For a brighter future that was sure to come, and I am making those people suffer. But you were the one who gave me 1 month to figure things out. Huh? During that time, I'm the one who will decide how to act. I'll do what I want, and I won't hear otherwise. Lots of people are suffering, I know that. But even so, I want to know what happened to you before I make my decision. This decision wasn't one that I could make lightly. No matter how I saw it, the only path that remained was being Otaro's enemy. But it wasn't something I could immediately declare.
もし俺に同情できるような事情がなかったら、お前、どうするつもりなんだ？
What would you do if my circumstances weren't worthy of sympathizing over?
すべての責任を取って、俺のことを殺すとでも言うのか？
Would you really be able to fulfill responsibilities and kill me yourself? We've had 3 choices in chapter 6. Well, that's Otaro's testing statement was impossible to answer. I knew, of course, that there would ultimately have to stop Ohtaro, but it was my first time imagining in detail what that method would be. Kill Ohtaro? Someone I spent so much time with? Could I really kill somebody that I used to love?
Oi.
Well, the sheer shock made me stumble into the wall. Ohtaro stood in front of me, blocking my only route of escape. Because the moonlight shone down from behind him, I couldn't see his expression clearly. But when I happened to look down, I noticed he was holding a steel kunai in his hand. He switched to holding the kunai in the reverse grip and stabbed it down right next to my face with all his might. For a moment I thought he would kill me, but it was just for intimidation. As proof of that, the kunai only lightly sliced through my cheek. Because of the adrenaline, I didn't feel any pain. Even so, I could feel the droplet of blood rolling down my cheek.
ほら、この程度で怯えている。結局のところ、お前はその程度の人間なんだ。
This is all it takes to make you terrified. In the end, that's just the kind of human you are.
口ばかり達者で、ろくに現実を見ていない。自分の行動の先に何があるのかすら想像できない。頭が空っぽなアホ女だ。
I agree with him. That's probably a bad, right? You're all talk. You don't see the reality of it all. You can't even contemplate what lies beyond your actions. You're a stupid, brainless girl.
わかるか？そういうやつが一番他人を不幸にするんだよ。
Do you get it now? People like you cause the misfortune for
どれだ
others.
けへりくつをこねようと、俺についての情報は絶対に教えない。
No matter how much you twist your logic, I'm never telling you anything about
そも
myself.
そも何も覚えていないお前に教えたところで理解できるとも思えないしな。
I don't think you could understand even if I told you, seeing how you don't remember a thing.
わかったらこれ以上余計な詮索をするな。
Get that through your thick skull and stop asking me any more useless questions. But.
黙れ。
Shut up. That's when Ohtaro pulled out the kunai as if to stop my retort. I feared that this time he would definitely cut me, but it seemed that he just wanted to pull out the kunai, which had a drop of blood on the blade. After Ohtaro stared at it for a while, he brought his face right next to mine. Instantly, a burning pain shot through my cheek. Shockingly, Otaru looked at my wound as if he was digging into it. The sensation of a warm tongue gliding over my skin sent shivers down my spine. He must have sensed I was shaking. Otaru was looking down at me, his eyes colder than ever
また
before.
ふざけたことを言ったら次はこれだけじゃ済まさない。
Say something ridiculous again and I won't let you off so easily next
一
time.
応忠告しといてやるよ。俺が優しい良いかでよかったな。
I'll warn you just in case. You should be grateful that I'm such a kind Blightfall. With those words, Ohtaro slowly backed away from me. And then after a glance in my direction, he walked off. Left alone, the only thing I could do was collapse on the spot. The adrenaline had still not left my body. The beating of my heart was sounding like a bell within me. As the pain gradually became more pronounced, I pressed a hand to my cheek while recounting Otaro's word in my head. If I keep delving deeper into this, he might really kill me next time. I'm scared. Was my heart racing from fear or from the love that I still held for him? I could no longer judge it for myself. When I was with Ohtaro, I didn't even understand my own feelings. Now, what I want to know. I have to know. I feel dizzy. Wait, am I about to get another vision? I closed my eyes in anticipation. The next moment of vision, just like the other day, emerged from my eyes.
お父さんとお母さんがいつまでも元気でいられますように。
I wish for my mother and father to always remain
あ
healthy.
とは村のみんながずっと仲良しなままでいられますように。
And for everyone in the village to remain good friends. The new memory began in front of a familiar shrine. In front of the shrine was a girl with pure white hair, praying with her hands clasped together. The snow hadn't fallen yet. Aside from that, it was a familiar scene with nothing out of the ordinary.
こんにちは。よく来てくれたね。
Hello, I'm glad you made it.
今日も来たのか。熱心なことだな。
You came today as well. How devout. Just when I noticed white smoke appear from the back of the shrine, it suddenly morphed into two people. One of them, he's clean, he's got stuff all over him. One of them was clearly Lord Hebe himself. The other one looked identical to Lord Hebe, except
様に日比江様、今
Lord
日もお会いできて嬉しいです。
Lord Hebina? Lord Hebe? I'm so glad to see you.
簡単に言ってくれるな。言っておくが、神様ってのはこんな気軽に会える存在じゃないんだからな。
You make it sound so trivial. For your information, you don't usually get to meet gods this casually, okay?
それじゃあ、どうして私には毎日会ってくれるんですか？
Then why did you come see me every day?
そりゃ、お前が日比江のお気に入りだからだよ。こいつ、お前が来たとわかると、早く行こう、早く行こうってうるさくてな。
That's because you're Hebe's favorite. Every time he realizes you're here, he always pesters me about coming out as soon as possible.
別にいいでしょ。毎日お参りしてくれる子には、僕だってひいきしたくなるよ。
What's wrong with that? Of course I'm gonna favor someone who comes every day to pray.
でも、今日のお願いも、どちらかというと日々なの専門かな。役に立てなくてごめんね。
But today's prayer is Hibina's specialty. Sorry, I'm afraid I won't be able to help much.
そうなんですか？では、どういったお願いをすれば、日比江様のお仕事になるんですか？
Okay. What kind of prayer would be your job, Lord Hebe?
それは。
That's, well...
どうしたんですか？
Is something the matter?
日々への専門はな、縁切りなんだ。誰それと別れたいとか、悪い縁を切りたいとか、そういう願いじゃないと叶えられないんだよ。
Hebe's specialty is cutting bonds, prayers to break up with someone or to end bad relationships. Those are the only ones he can grant.
そんなことお願いする人がいるんですか？
There are people out there who pray for such
いる
things.
んだよ。世の中、いい縁ばっかりじゃないからな。
There is. Not every relationship is a good one.
全然想像できない。お父さんもお母さんも優しいし、集落のみんなも親切だし、縁を
Can't
切りたいなん
imagine
て思っ
it.
たことないです。
My father and mother are kind, and everyone in the settlement is friendly. I've never thought of wanting to break a bond with someone.
そうだね。みんな君みたいな考え方をしてくれたら、きっと世の中も平和になるんだろうけど。
If everyone thought like you, the world would definitely be a more peaceful place.
お前はそのまま、まっすぐ育てよ。
Make sure you grow up as honest and straightforward as you are now. Nodding at Lord Hibina's words, the girl turned her gaze to her wrist. There it was, the dog-shaped Netsuke. Yes, that was... Just like that, my vision was over. When I opened my eyes again, I was still sitting in an alleyway of the entertainment district. That must have been a continuation of the dream I saw the other day, right? It looked like the girl with the dog-shaped Netsuke was quite a bit older. So Lord Hebe was the god that was worshipped at that shrine. While living in that settlement, I'd prayed there every day too, almost as if it was destined to happen. But thanks to that dream just now, I know why Ohtaro is with Lord Hebe. The girl must have been the connection. Still, why am I suddenly able to see into the past? It doesn't seem like Ohtaro is the one showing this to me. I wonder if it's Hebe. Judging from the past experience, I could tell that interaction with Ohtaro was serving as some sort of trigger, but I wonder if there was anything I could do to see it once again. With a new source of intel now at my disposal, my nearly broken heart had regained the strength to push forward once again. After that, a few days later, I was able to track down all the footprints that helped with the Onibon. As a result, we were able to narrow down the Blightfall's hiding spot to 3 possible locations. The first location was a certain manor in Samurai Town. The resident of the manor had already evacuated, and it seemed that no one was living there, therefore it should be easy to infiltrate. The second location was a row house in Castle Town. There, the residents had recently ran away under the cover of night. Like the manor, no one was living inside. The third and final location was an alleyway in the entertainment district. It's the same place where I previously had an encounter with a pickpocket. That being said, some of the trails are likely Otaro's. Not all of the locations will be correct. In fact, most of them are probably red herrings. But it's still worth investigating them.
それでは、これより3部隊に分かれ、それぞれの候補先へ向かってもらう。
Let's split into 3 teams. We'll each head to one of the possible hideouts.
地理的な問題を考え、屋敷は武家町組、長屋は城下町組、路地裏は娯楽街組に任せることにする。
It's almost 1 a.m. Probably won't be able to finish this after all. I guess I don't know, somehow convinced myself it'd be shorter. Considering the geography, we'll leave the manor to the samurai team, the row house to the castle town, and the alleyway to the entertainment district.
天一坊たちと戦闘になった場合、うち一人が戦線を離脱し、我々に伝達してくれ。
If you encounter Tenchibo and the others, one of you should leave the engagement and send a message to us. Everyone in the Onyoban nodded as one as Kyoshido calmly briefed us on the mission.
この中で一番可能性が低いのは、おそらく娯楽街の路地裏だろうな。
The alleyway in the entertainment district
構造的にも潜伏できる場所がない。
is probably the least likely. The way the place is built makes it practically impossible to
となる
hide.
と、本命はお屋敷か長屋のどちらかになるね。
Which means the real target would likely be the manor or the row house. Then, should we go somewhere other than the entertainment district? Plus, I can check for emotional imprints.
いや、路地裏のままでいい。あそこは完全に通路になっているため、二手に分かれて挟み込むように調べる必要がある。
No, you should stay in the alley. That place is a passageway, so it'll require 2 teams entering the alley in a pincer form.
調べる範囲が広いからこそ、お前の目が必要になってくるはずだ。
It'll require investigating a wide area, all the more reason to utilize your eyesight. Oh, I guess.
頼んだぞ。
I'll leave this to you. If that's the plan, then I feel like a non-combatant, like me being there, might do more harm than good during a fight. Part of me wasn't convinced, but if that was what Kyoshido decided, then it had to be the correct choice. When I glanced at Ohtaro sitting next to me, he had his legs crossed and looked bored as usual. Because you've given him nothing to cry about. Once the mission was underway, Ohtaro, Kinji, and I immediately went to the alleyway as instructed.
では、僕は奥から見て回りますので、二人はここから調べてください。
Now I shall start my search from the back if you two could do some kind of investigation in this area. Yes, I understand.
任せておけって。
Leave it to us. After that, we did exactly as Kyoshido instructed. Kinji, as the most experienced member of the entertainment district team, went alone to the back. Meanwhile, Ohtaro and I investigated from the front. But as soon as we were alone, Ohtaro immediately turned back to look at me.
なあ、今回の3択、正解はどこだと思う？
Which of the 3 locations do you think is the correct answer? Huh? Ohtaro peered into my face as if trying to provoke me. Judging by his expression, it doesn't seem like he's planned on taking this mission seriously, though that was probably a
俺
given.
が答えを知ってるのは当然だろ？ 3つの候補のうち、どこに良いかがいるのか当てられたら、そこに何がいるのか教えてやるよ。
Obviously, I know the answer, but if you can guess where the Blightfall are, out of the 3 choices, I'll tell you what's there.
も
Really?
ちろん。ま、当てられたらの話だけど。
Well, that's if you can guess it right. When I looked at his cruel smile, it was hard to believe that what he was saying. But if there was a chance that I could gain information, then my only option was to answer. First of all, like Kyoshido said, the alleyway in the entertainment district is out of the question. There's no way to hide. So the correct answer is either the row house or the manor, but a manor would have more rooms to hide and compared to a row house, right? When I thought it up to that point, I nervously gave an answer. It's the manor in Samurai Town.
わあ、すごいじゃん。正解。
Ah, ding, ding, ding. You got it right. That's when Ohtaro exaggeratedly clapped his hands like I had expected this was his idea of
じゃあ
fun.
教えてやるよ。あの屋敷には用済みになった天一棒を放り込んでおいたんだ。足跡はそいつを運んだ日比谷のものだ。
Anyways, I'll tell you. I threw Tenchibo into the manor since I didn't need him anymore. Hibi left those footprints when he brought him there.
ま、黒い糸でぐるぐる巻きにしてやったから、助けたところでまともに話ができるとは思わないけど、運が悪かったら死んでるかもな。
I tied him up real good with black threads, though. Even if he is rescued, I don't think you're going to get much from him. He might even be dead already.
うん、一応言っとくけど、日比谷はとっくに別の場所に移動させたから、会うことはできないぜ。
Just so you know, I already made Hibi move somewhere else. You aren't going to see that guy anytime soon.
お前に俺たちの足跡が見られていると分かった時は正直驚いたけど、逆に利用させてもらった。ありがとうね。
Not gonna lie, I was surprised when I realized you could see our footprints, but I used it to our advantage, so thanks for that. Why, how could he say such horrible things with a straight face? I was overcome with sadness as I looked down at the ground. Then that means this plan was practically a failure. As soon as I tried to say that, someone swiped a sword in between Ohtaro and I as if driving us apart. It was a complete ambush. Ohtaro wasn't able to dodge the unexpected attack and his arm was cut off. Fresh blood sprayed into the air and proceeded to drip into the ground. Who's there? Unable to grasp the situation, I followed Otaro's gaze and turned to look behind me. That's when I saw every member of the Onioban had gathered there. Kenji, whom we had just parted with, was there as well. Seeing as how blood was dripping from the katana in his hand, he was the one who attacked Ohtaro. Huh? Why?
何するんだよみんな。いきなり切りかかるとか冗談きついって。
What's with you guys? I know I joke a lot, but you can't just cut me out of nowhere.
私たちはお庭番として良いかを滅するだけだ。
As members of the Onuaban, we are here for one purpose only, to eliminate Blightfall.
Huh?
What? As if to silence Otaro's question, the battle commenced. Unsheathing their katanas, they attacked together as one.
仕方ないな。
You leave me no choice. Seeing that, Ohtaro immediately drew his sword at his waist. What's going on? The battle erupted suddenly as I watched it unfold. In a state of confusion, Tomonari and Tojo ran to my side.
こっちへ来るんだ。
Leah, come
大丈
here.
夫。何もされていない。
Are you alright? Did he do anything? What is all this? Why is Ohtaro... Well, it's hard to say.
ああ、なるほどね。全部罠だったのか。
I get it now. This was all a trap. Before I could receive an answer to my question, Ohtaro spat it out in a self-deprecating manner. My stars, my earring, not earring, my headphone. It's making my ear hurt. Okay. I was hiding my hands on my sleeve, so I was having trouble finding my way back out. I just remember there's an opening on the inside. As if to prove his words right, everyone in Onuaban coldly continued their assault on Ohtaro, though he would dodge the fatal strikes as, at the last second, he was outnumbered. More and more wounds started to appear on Ohtaro.
今回の作戦は全部俺をはめるためのものだったってわけ。こいつまで騙すとは随分念入りじゃ。
So this whole plan was to trick me, huh? You must have put in quite a bit of effort considering you even lied to Leah.
お庭番としては良いかを討伐するのが最大の目的だからな。それ以外は二の次だ。
As the Onuaban, our first priority is to eliminate Blightfall. Everything comes second to that.
さすが、良いか討伐のために作られた人形は言うことが違うな。
Impressive.
まあ俺もままごとには飽き飽きしてたからちょうどいいけど。
You dolls made to kill Blightfall are really something else. No matter, I was starting to get tired of playing house anyways. Ohtaro threw his katana as if to keep them at bay and untied the braided rope around his neck. In doing so, the die was cast. Suddenly, a whirlwind of black threads, a flood only I could see, took over my entire field of vision. It calmed, and within the nest of black threads there stood a single blightfall lurking like a spider waiting for its prey.
もう猫をかぶる必要もないんだ。本気で相手してやれよ。
I won't hide my true self any longer. I'll show you my full power. What ensued was a battle of blinding speed. It appeared that Ohtaro was sending out black threads from his fingertips to parry the Onyaban's increasingly aggressive attacks. From what I could tell, Ohtaro was freely controlling the black threads. Once he released his braided rope, he was even able to continue slashing from his blind spot side.
小賢しい戦い方が実にあなたらしいですね。
You're always quite crafty fighter, even now, but how about this?
残念、そんなとろくさい攻撃当たんねえよ。
Too bad. Your attacks are so slow you couldn't even hit a turtle. Even if they managed to slip through the black threads and charge at him, Ohtaro himself would not go down so easily. With the kunai he took out from his inner pocket, he definitely parried Kinji's strike. Not only that, but he was also keeping the other Onyaban at bay by throwing kunais as they looked for openings to attack. His use of kunai in battle was likely a fighting style that Ohtaro himself had developed.
ここに突っ立っていると巻き込まれるぞ。二人とも一旦下がるんだ。
You're going to be dead meat if you keep standing here. Both of you back down now. Right.
鉛色のkunai.
A gray kunai. Is that what killed you, Tomonari? Do you
おい
remember?
友成、聞いているのか？頭なんか押さえてどうした？
Tomonari, are you listening to me? Why are you holding your head for? Nothing, sorry. As we did that, the battle continued. She's so persistent. Ohtaro was fighting tooth and nail, but he was unable to break out of the defensive. It was only a matter of time before he would be killed. Is this really the best option? Surely if we defeat Ohtaro, the case is solved, but then Ohtaro would be... As soon as I imagined the outcome, I threw off Tojo's arm and ran into the middle of the street. Please wait.
うわ、何をしているんですか？
What
あ
in
な
the
た。
world are you doing? I cut in front of everyone to protect Ohtaro because of my sudden intrusion. The fighting immediately came to a halt. There was no way they could easily kill me, the last survivor of the Hakuseki clan. I'd taken action with the fact in mind.
What?
You! Oh, I just realized he's actually holding kunais this time. He wasn't holding them prior. You probably never imagined that I would do such a thing. In a rare display, Ohtaro appeared to be completely taken off guard. It might have been my first time seeing him like this. In an instant, I forcefully grabbed Otaru's hand and ran off. Let's take this chance and run.
Huh?
What? Away, further away, as far as we could, I ran away from everyone in the Onyaban while pulling on Otaru's hand. In the beginning, Ohtaro let himself be tugged along, but... Fine, let me handle this. He came to his senses and threw some sort of ball from his inner pocket and onto the ground. It seemed that it was a smoke bomb. While everyone was taken off guard by the white smoke clouding their vision, Ohtaro carried me bridal style and continued to run off. Well, you got rescued, I guess. After that incident, Ohtaro and I arrived at a hill without any people nearby. Thank goodness, it seems we lost the Onyaban. When I turned back to look at Ido, the members of the Onyaban were nowhere to be found. Ohtaro also checked for pursuers as he slowly lowered me onto the ground. I didn't expect you to have a smoke bomb ready. I was surprised. Are you stupid or something? In contrast to how relaxed I was now that we had escaped the battlefield, Otaro's expression was still as tense. He stared at me like he was looking at something incomprehensible.
命がけの戦いが行われている中、飛び出してくるやつなんて初めて見た。下手をすれば死んでいたかもしれないんだぞ。
I've never seen anyone jump into a deadly battle like that before, and for good reason. Do you understand how close you were to dying?
しかも、俺を始末する最大の好機だったのに。お前、何がしたいんだよ。
On top of that, it was the perfect chance to kill me. What are you trying to do? I mean, I just thought I had to save you.
だから、お前が俺を助ける理由がないだろ。それとも、まさかお前、まだ俺のことが好き、とかじゃないよな。
There's no reason for you to save me, is there? Or, no. Don't tell me. Don't tell me you're still in love with me. He said the words without any regard, and my heart suddenly felt like it would stop. That's not it. That has nothing to do with this. I just wanted to save you so I saved you. There's no other reason for it.
はぁ
What? It was the honest truth, but Ohtaro gave me a stern
炎
look.
上でもなければ、打算からでもないとか、ますます意味がわからない。
Wasn't out of love and it wasn't out of self-interest. That makes even less sense. And then Ohtaro suspiciously peered into my face for some reason. There was something like panic in his
お
eyes.
前、一体何を考えているんだ。
Just what are you thinking? I don't know. We're still in chapter 6 and I have now made my 4th selection. This game is trying to murder me. I made only one choice in 5. What the heck game? I was scared. Nope, not the right answer apparently. Right answers only.
お前、
Okay, great. I don't know anymore. I can't tell what you're thinking and you're scary, so to tell the truth, I don't know how to deal with you. When I thought about how you would die if I didn't do anything, my body just moved on its own. Those were the only words I could say to him, but instead of listening and understanding, Ohtaro furiously furrowed his eyebrows even more.
くだらない。そんなどうでもいい理由で敵を助けたのか。
Pathetic. You saved an enemy because of some worthless reason like that?
お前は白石の一族だから、あれくらいで罰せられないだろうけど。ありえない。甘すぎる。
They wouldn't punish a member of the Hakuseki clan for something as trivial as that, but unbelievable. You're so naive. Ohtaro?
くそ。なんでこの俺が、こんなお人よしで間抜けなやつに振り回されなきゃならないんだよ。
Shit. Why am I, of all people, being strung around by someone so soft-hearted and stupid as you?
俺は、復讐さえ果たせればよかったのに。それ以外のことなんて。
All I wanted was to exact my revenge. Against who? Against why? Why? Who you want to get revenge against? I never wanted anything other than that. Unlike how he was before, Ohtaro was now muttering to himself as if he needed convincing. Oddly, he looked more like a small child who had gotten lost than an enemy of the shogunate. Ohtaro.
うるさい、黙れ。それ以上余計なことを言うようなら、この間みたいに。
Shut up. Be quiet. Any more useless talking from you and I'll treat you like the other day. Ohtaro, don't push yourself so much. He really was like a child. As soon as I started feeling that way towards him, I could no longer leave him alone. I grasped Otaro's hand and held it tightly in my own. Then Ohtaro, his body trembling, glared at me with scorn.
何してんだよ。
What are you doing? Let me go. But in contrast to his harsh tone and antagonistic expression, Ohtaro didn't attempt to shake off my hands.
お前、なんで
What's wrong
俺に
with
そんな
you?
ことできるんだ。
How could you do this to me?
お前、俺に騙されてたんだぞ。散々ひどい目にも遭わされたはずなのに、どうして
Because this character apparently has no spine, honestly. I played you for a fool. I've done so many horrible things to you, so why?
どうして俺に優しくするんだよ。
Why are you being so nice to me? Because you look sad. Ohtaro was rendered speechless, our hands still clasped together. Could it be that he was accepting me? Then the thought occurred to me. It made me want to keep holding his hand. I unconsciously tightened my fingers around his. Ow. Sorry. At Otaro's quiet outburst, I reflectively loosened my grip, and then, when I looked into his face to see his expression, to my surprise, a single tear was falling from Otaro's eyes, but he still looked annoyed. The contrast made it painful to look at him. Are you crying?
そんなわけないだろ。
Of course not. Then what's the tear on your face?
俺が知るか。
How should I know? As he spat out half-hearted denial, he harshly wiped away the tear. But the more he wiped them away, the more tears started to pour out from the corner of his eyes like the bursting of a broken dam. Grrr, hi, Sleazy. Good evening. It's very late.
くそ。本当に。さっきから何なんだ。
What's wrong with
意味わかんねえ。
I don't get it.
なんで自分のことなのに思い通りにならないんだよ。
It's my own
俺は
body.
一体
Why can't I
どうした
stop
って言うん
crying?
だ。
What's happening to me? As he continued, his eyes became bright red. It was no surprise given how much he rubbed at them. The look, that looks painful. If only there was some way to stop him from crying. Hug him, I guess. I came up with an idea and I once again extended my arms in Otaro's direction.
なんだよ。
What do you want? I placed my hand on Otaro's cheek and slowly brought my face closer to it. Otaro's eyes were as red as a rabbit as I stared into his eyes. I usually only sleep for hours a day. Aw, man. I don't know, I usually go to bed at 2 a.m. and get up around 8, so I guess about 6. Dun, dun. Aww. I hit the wrong button because I'm tired. I hit the wrong button because I'm literally dumb. Okay. Am I so tired? I took the screenshot, but I didn't make the words go away. Oh my god, 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 oh my god. We're doing it. We're going crazy. We're going so rogue right now. Okay, hang on. So I hit the wrong button because I'm stupid.
お前、一体な。
I don't know.
うるっ。なんなんだよ。お前、どうして。
I honestly don't remember how far into this. Jesus.
俺がし。くそ、なんでじ。
When you get to this part, just remember it's 1 a.m. and I'm sleepy.
なんだよ。
And I forgot to press literally just the B button. Just the B button. I gently kissed underneath them. Salty. When I looked at the tears on my lips, they tasted like my own, so I knew all was all too well. So even if you're a Blightful, the taste of tears is the same. Don't know if you should be tasting each other. I was strangely accepting of that fact. I felt like I could understand how humans, form folks, and Blightfall were all fundamentally the same. What about vessels? But in contrast to how I felt, Ohtaro was shaking with rage.
お前、マジでさっきから何してるんだよ。頭おかしいだろ。
What do you think you're doing? You must be insane. Calling me insane is a bit too far, huh? When I looked at Ohtaro in front of me, I couldn't believe my eyes. His face had become bright red. Ohtaro was embarrassed and he was blushing. Weirdo.
は？変なのはお前だろうが。
You're the weirdo? I mean, you went in for a kiss yourself and you licked the wounds on my face. Why would you get embarrassed from something like this?
それとこれとは話が別だろうが。あと俺は照れてなんかいない。
Those are completely unrelated and I'm not embarrassed at all.
笑うな。
Don't laugh. The more I thought about it, the less mysterious Ohtaro became. Suddenly, he even seemed cute. It wasn't like I'd forgotten everything he had done to me up to this point, but it was hard to ignore the version of Ohtaro who stood in front of me. But at the same time, the world in front of me started to narrow and blur. No, those dreams, they're happening again. As soon as I realized that, my consciousness was drawn away.
日比谷様、日比奈様。
Lord Hebe? Lord Hibina? It's gonna be her mom. The dream started at the clan settlement. Because if it's her mom, right, it makes perfect sense. Because her mom ran away so she could, you know, be with her dad. And then they tricked her to come back and maybe killed her. And then that's when her friend, this dog, came to life and murdered everybody in cold blood. Just me? Okay. The dream started at the clan settlement. Though it was in the middle of the night, I could see a woman was devoutly offering her prayers in front of the shrine. A cute dog-shaped Netsuki was hanging from the woman's waist, which meant the woman was the girl who had appeared before, but grown up. As I thought that, the two gods materialized from the back of the shrine just as they had before.
珍しいな。こんな夜中に参拝とは。あまり褒められたものじゃないが。
This is unusual. I can't say I approve of offering your prayers at this hour.
だけど、また君に会えたのは嬉しいな。今日はどうしたの？
But I'm glad to be able to see you again. What did you want to talk about today?
縁結びをお願いしたいんです。
I'd like to ask for your help in forging a bond.
縁結び？どこのドイツとだ？
Forging a bond with whom? From where?
いけない。相手の方の名前を聞き忘れてしまいました。
Oh no.
それだと難しいでしょうか。
I forgot to ask for a name. Would it be difficult to do without one?
いや、まあ、できなくはないが。
It's not impossible, but...
どういうこと？名前も知らない人と縁を結びたいの？
What do you mean you want to forge a bond with someone whose name you don't even know?
ええ、すごく素敵な人だったから。
Yes, they were a wonderful person.
今日、町に糸を売りに行ったのですが、途中で白石の一族だとバレてしまって、連れ去られそうになったんです。
I went to sell thread in the city today, but on my way there, someone discovered that I was a member of the Hakuseki clan and tried to take me away.
そんなことが危なかったね。
How horrible. At least you're safe now.
まさか、そのゲスト縁を結びたいのか。
Don't tell me you want to forge a connection with that scum.
そんなわけありません。実はその時、助けてくれた方がいるんです。どこまでも親切で、
Of course
人も真っ
not.
白な方でした。
Actually, someone came and rescued me in that moment. He was the kindest soul, and his threads were pure white.
あんなに純粋な人、初めて見ました。それに、あの方も私のことを気に入ってくれたみたいで。
It was my first time seeing someone so pure, and he seemed to take a liking to me as well.
私、あの方と結ばれたいんです。
I want to connect with that person.
それって、まさか、夫婦になりたいってこと？
That means... Do you mean you want to be married to him? When Lord Hebe leaned forward to ask his question, the woman nodded in embarrassment. Her expression was that of a young woman in love.
そう。
You're breaking Hebe's heart, I see.
ああ。悪いが、そういうことなら縁結びはできない。
I see, but if that's the case, I'm afraid I can't help you.
どうしてですか？
Why is that?
お前、一族の掟を忘れたのか？悪石の一族は同族内でしか婚姻はできない。そういう決まりだろう。
Did you forget the rules of the clan? Members of the Hakuseki clan can only marry within the clan. That's the law, isn't it?
俺も一族を守る神として、お前の恋心を認めるわけにはいかない。
As the god protectorate of the clan, I cannot acknowledge your love.
それはもちろん分かっています。でも掟ってそこまでして守らなくちゃいけないものなんでしょうか？
Of course I know that, but must I follow the rules so strictly?
なんだって。
What did you say?
良いかの脅威が去ってもう随分経っていますよね。そんな中、私たちが純潔を守り抜く意味ってあるんですか？
So much time has passed since the danger of the Blightfall. In this era, is there any point in protecting the purity of our blood?
むしろそのせいでみんな苦労しているじゃないですか。この間だって隣の娘さんが連れ去られたと聞きました。全部
Fact.
この珍しい見た目のせいですよ。
Isn't causing everyone undue hardship? Just the other day, I heard that my neighbor's daughter was taken away all because of our unique appearances.
悲しいことばかり起こるんだったら無理に掟を守る必要なんてない。
If such sad things keep happening, there's no need to force ourselves to obey the
血
rules.
が混じって見た目も他の人と同じになれば私たちだって今みたいに変な人たちから狙われることもなくなるはずです。
If our blood mixes with others, we look the same as everyone else, strange people should no longer target us like they do now.
良いかがいなくなった今だからこそ私たちも新たな生き方を見つけるべきなんじゃないでしょうか。
It's precisely because the Blightfall are gone now that we should find a new way to live. Am I wrong?
へりくつを言うな。結局のところお前は好いた男と結ばれたいだけだろ。そんな奴が何を言ったところで説得力は一切ない。
Don't twist our logic. In the end, all you want is to marry some man you love. There's nothing someone like you could ever say that would convince us.
だけど
But Lord Hibina's statement had likely hit the mark. The woman immediately tried to retort, but it seemed that she couldn't say anything else. Upon seeing the woman lower her head in sadness, Lord Hibi walked in between them to mediate.
日々な、そんな頭ごなしに怒らないで。僕は彼女の言うことも一理あると思うよ。
Hibina, you shouldn't yell at her like that. I think she has a point.
日々。
Hibi.
一族の長い歴史の中で、この子みたいに外の人間と恋に落ちた子はたくさんいたでしょ。全部僕が縁を切ってしまったけれど。
In the long history of the clan, there were plenty of girls like her who fell in love with an outsider. Remember, I had to cut all of those ties, but...
だけどそのせいで、みんな苦しんでいた。一族の存続のために、子としての幸福を捨てさせたも当然なんだから。
Because of that, everyone suffered. We forced them to throw away their own happiness for the sake of the clan's continuation.
でも、良いかもほとんどいなくなった今なら、そこまでさせる必要はないんじゃないかな。少なくとも僕は、彼女を応援してあげたいと思ったよ。
Just noticing like the differences in their outfits. And yet, in those times when there are barely any Blightfall, in these times, is there truly a need to make them go so far? Personally, I want to support her dreams.
だから、ここは日々なの。協力してあげてくれないかな。
Support her too, Hibina.
お前、それは本心で言っているのか？
Are you seriously saying that?
もちろんだよ。彼女には
Of course,
幸せになってもらいたいから。
I want her to be happy. As if to prove his own feelings, Lord Hibi stared at Lord Hibina straight on. Despite the fact that it was the middle of the night, his eyes sparkled like stars. and looking at them communicate his honest and straightforward
お
feelings.
前がそこまで言うのなら別にいいが。
If you insist, then I guess I don't mind. Lord Hibina looked away and nodded, though he had a conflicted expression on his face. There was nothing to fear once she learned permission from the god. Love the outfit. Where did you get it? I got this at Matsuri Festival here in Arizona like 5 years ago. It's just a kimono that I purchased there. But I didn't get an obi, so it's not complete. There was nothing to fear. Once she earned permission from the god of forging bond. Lord Hebe turned to look at the girl with a joyful expression.
よかったね。君の恋、無事に成就できそうだよ。
Good news. It appears that your wish will come true.
日比谷様、日比谷様、本当にありがとうございます。
Thank you so much.
なんでお礼を言ったらいいのか。
Lord Hebe and Lord Hibina. I have no idea how to thank you.
だけど、覚悟はあるの？
Are you prepared?
君の恋を一族の人は誰も祝福してくれないよ。つまり君が幸せになるためには一族全員と縁を切る必要があるんだ。
No one in the clan will celebrate your love. In other words, in order for you to be happy, you must sever your bonds with everyone in the clan.
そこはもちろん僕が手助けしてあげるけど、大好きなお父さんやお母さんにももう二度と会うことはできない。
I'll help you with that, of course, but you will never be able to see your father or mother you love so dearly again.
すべてを捨てて彼を選ぶ。その覚悟が切にはある。
Abandon everything so that you can choose him. Are you prepared for that, Setsu? The words were like an execution order. The woman, Setsu's expression stiffened. I awakened suddenly from the dream. The moment I slowly blinked my eyes, I had returned to where I began. Ohtaro was still standing next to me, just like before. He was looking around in surprise.
なんだ今のは。
What was that just now? Ohtaro, did you see that too? But Ohtaro didn't answer my question. Instead, he lowered his head as if he was deep in thought. If he saw that vision, it makes sense that he would want to think about it a lot of things. But why was Ohtaro able to see it this time? No, wait, maybe the conditions for seeing the vision is actually... But more than anything else, I was concerned about the woman's name, Setsu. Oddly enough, that was the same name as my mother, who had supposedly died suspiciously. On top of that, if I ignore the unique attributes of the Hakuseki clan, she looked remarkably like me. If only they had bothered to show her. Like, imagine if they had just... If she looks remarkably like you, just have her there, but like, colored like you with like the white hair instead of black hair. So was it right to assume that the woman was my mother? Does that mean Ohtaro was the Netsuke my mother used? In any case, the first thing I should do is ask Ohtaro about my mother. Ohtaro? When I made up my mind and started to talk, I heard a crowd of footsteps approaching. When I looked up, everyone in the Onyoban was racing towards us from Ito. If we made contact now, a fight would be unavoidable.
しつこい奴らだな。
Don't give up. As soon as he recognized them, Ohtaro turned on his heels. For a moment, he looked at me with a complicated expression, but then immediately ran off. Huh? However, just then something came loose from Otaru's waist and fell onto the grass. I immediately picked it up and saw it was the Netsuke. It seems that the intense battle from before had caused the string tied to the Netsuke to snap. Though it was covered in mud when it fell, the Netsuke itself didn't appear to be damaged. Ohtaro... I enveloped the Netsuke, the item that could be considered Otaru's true body, in both my hands. And began to cry, I assume. After I regrouped with the Onyoban and returned, I immediately lowered my head. I'm truly sorry for when I acted so selfishly. Though I still did not fully grasp the situation, there was no doubt that my contact was not befitting of that of a member of the Oniwaban. I had to let the leader of the Blightfall escape. But strangely, no one in the Oniwaban showed any dissatisfaction towards me.
構わない。こちらも内密で策を練っていたのだから、お互い様だ。お前がああいった行動を取る可能性も分かっていた。
It's fine. We're just at fault for keeping our plan a secret from you. We knew that there was a chance you would do something like
あの
that.
場で大太郎を始末できなかったのは、単純にこちらの不手際のせいだ。
It was our mistake for not being able to eliminate Ohtaro on the spot, nothing more. Eliminate. When I saw how Kyoshiro spoke such a cruel thing without even batting an eye, a shiver went down my spine, but it was something to expect from a member of the Oniwaban. For starters, how did you all figure out that Ohtaro was a Blightfall? You didn't look like you noticed it at all until now.
実を言うと、前々から疑い自体はあったのだ。例えば、ルリコが良いかになった際の証言や、百物語でのキコらしからぬ言動。
To tell the truth, we suspected him for a while, his testimony when Ryuko became a Blightfall, his strange actions during the 100 ghost
それ
stories.
に、良いかの足跡巡りでの不自然な遭遇も、疑いを深めるのに十分だった。
And the unnatural encounter we had with him when we were chasing after the Blightfall's footprints were more than enough to deepen our
一つ
suspicion.
だけなら偶然で済まされたことだが、大太郎の場合は積み重なりすぎていた。
If it was just one thing, then we could chalk it up to a coincidence, but in Otaro's case, there was just too many signs to
お前
ignore.
や大太郎には黙っていたが、我々は今回の件について何度も話し合いを重ねている。
We didn't tell you or Ohtaro, but we've been discussing this case many times over. Yeah, I'm pretty positive that happened when Kinji was called to a private meeting. Hearing that, I remember that time Kinji was summoned alone to go share intel. In the end, it was brushed aside as Miyagi's misunderstanding, but they have actually been talking about Ohtaro.
加えて、天一坊にも不自然な点が多く見られた。彼は吉宗様の娯楽院ではないかという疑いがあり、彼自身もそうであると思い込んでいたらしい。
Furthermore, there were some points with Tenchibo that didn't add up. He was suspected to be Lord Yoshimon's illegitimate son, which he himself
そんな
believed.
人物が吉宗様の件には一切触れずに幕府に立てつくのは合理的ではないだろう。
Someone like that rallying against the shogunate without mentioning a single word to the Lord Yoshimon? It's not logical. You're right. When all the points were laid out, it was easy to put the pieces together. There was no way an organization like the Onyoban would overlook that many pieces of evidence. Without the same amount of information, even I'd almost realize that Ohtaro really was.
ちなみに天一坊は武家町のお屋敷で倒れていたのを発見したから保護しておいたよ。衰弱が激しいから今は何とも言えないけどね。
By the way, we found Tenchibo collapsed in Samurai Town Manor, so he's under our protection. He's extremely frail, so we can't say if he'll pull through.
で、お前は何を知っているんだ？
So, what exactly do you know? Me?
ああ、その様子からすると、前々から大太郎が良いかであることは知っていたんだろ？
Yes, judging by the way you're acting, you've known for a while Ohtaro was a
そ
Blightfall,
れに
right?
大太郎と消えた後、何やら二人で熱心に話していたな。あいつから何を聞いた？
After Ohtaro disappeared, it seemed that the two of you were talking quite passionately about something. What did he tell you? From the way our conversation was going, it was that obvious question to ask. I couldn't just refuse to answer after they had told me what I wanted to know. I understand. I'll tell you everything. I tightly clenched my fist on top of my knees and quietly nodded. After that, I explained everything that had happened between me and Ohtaro. The time when Ohtaro revealed to me that he was a Blightfall, how Ohtaro tried to get me to join his side, and that at times, as times passed, he and I became capable of seeing into his past. I still haven't confirmed with him that his owner was my mom, so I shouldn't say anything about that yet. And I shouldn't tell them that Otaro's main body is the
なる
Netsuke.
ほどな。そんなことが。
See, so that's what happened. After I explained everything, Yabuda and the other members of the Onyaban nodded with interest.
だが、どうして今まで黙っていた？大太郎にほだされ、よいか側に寝返るつもりだったのか？
Why did you stay quiet until now? Did Ohtaro manage to charm you into switching sides? Of course not. I was just looking for a way to solve things without fighting. At the time, I jumped out to try and protect Ohtaro without a second thought, but when I looked back at it, I think that what I did was for the best. Because even if we stop Ohtaro, that doesn't mean we can stop Lord Hebe. And even by some stroke of luck we capture Ohtaro, he wouldn't tell us anything. In fact, it's more likely he would have killed himself in that moment we captured him. If that happened, then what of Lord Hebe? I don't think you would have been able to solve the Blightfall case. I don't regret protecting Ohtaro.
そういうことならわからなくもないね。
I'll admit that's understandable.
だが、すべて無意味だったようだな。こちらが宣戦布告した時点で、大太郎とも日比江とも戦う道しか残されていない。
It appears it was all for nothing since we've declared our intention to fight. The only path left for us is to go up against Ohtaro and Hebe.
お前ももう余計なことを考えずに、お庭番の一員として戦えばいいだけだ。
And all that's left for you is to fight as a member of the Onyoban. Don't think too much about it. There was no way I could counter Yabuda's words, but I couldn't nod along. No, I can't still do that.
お前。
You must be joking. Please, just give me one more chance to talk with Ohtaro. Just one more. If I can just talk to him one more time, I think I can finally understand everything that's been going on with him. That's right, if I use that method, I'll definitely be able to see the vision of the past. Even if Ohtaro himself rejects me, I should be able to see it for sure. Ohtaro was crying.
よいかが涙を？憎しみを抑えきれずに泣いていたとか、そういうことか。
Blightfall? Shedding tears? Do you mean he was crying because he couldn't control his hatred? That's not it. When I held his hands, tears started pouring from his eyes. It seemed like he was confused. It was like he felt guilty that I was being kind to him. Perhaps Ohtaro doesn't actually want any of this to happen. If we can understand each other, we might be able to end the conflict.
結論から言おう。お前の考えには同意することはできない。
I'll lay it out plain and simple. I cannot agree with your line of thinking. I keep yawning. What is that? Why is that? Kyoshiro cut me off mid-sentence before I could finish my point. Unlike Miyagi and Yabuda, who appeared swayed by my pleas, Kyoshiro's expression was stone
先ほどから
cold.
観察していて思ったが、お前は大太郎に対して情を抱いてしまっているようだ。
I've noticed from my recent observations that you seem to have feelings for Ohtaro.
よいかは殺す。それが結成当初から揺らぐことのないお庭番唯一の決まり事だ。例外はない。
Killing the Blightfall has been the one unshakable creed of the Onyaban since its inception. There is no exception. But that's not... I can't deny that. I kept silent about Ohtaro up until this point exactly because I knew that they would say something like
しか
that.
し、日比谷の件に関しては一理ある。
But in regards to Hebe, you have a point. Huh?
相手が神ともなれば、運よく討伐できたとしても、この国そのものがたたられることも十分にある。
If we were able to go against a god, even if we are to go against a god, even if by sheer luck we were able to exterminate him, it's likely that this entire country will be cursed.
そのために、大太郎から情報を得るのも必要な行動だと言える。
In order to avoid that, one could say that it's necessary to obtain information from Ohtaro.
故に一度だけ、お前に機会を与えよう。大太郎と日比谷の情報を入手してこい。
Therefore, I'll give you one chance, one opportunity to go and retrieve intel on Ohtaro and Hebe. For a second, I couldn't understand what was being said to me. But when I noticed that not only Kyoshiro but everyone in Oneobon was looking at me with anticipation, I finally understood. I realized that I was being given one last chance. Thank you very much. Ohtaro will tell me everything. I promise you that. I won't let this opportunity go to
こち
waste.
らとしてもそうしてもらえるとありがたい。
That would be the best for you as well.
それが果たせなければ当初の予定通り大太郎を始末するだけだ。邪魔をすることは一切許さない。
If you cannot accomplish this, then we will proceed with eliminating Ohtaro as we originally planned. I will not allow any interference. Those calmly spoken words were burned into my memory. Dang. I'm gonna call it here. I thought that was gonna be the end of the chapter, but instead, it's the end for me. I really thought I'd finish this tonight, but oh my stars. Chapter 6 had so much story so far. 4 choices in it. Well, I was trying to make this be my last video, but I've yawned about 17 times in the last 30 minutes, so I'm gonna call it. I don't think I'm gonna wear the kimono on my next stream. It might be in the morning, it might be in the afternoon, but it will be tomorrow at the very least. And then we can get to our dramatic conclusion of the Wish of Winter and find out what actually is going on. I do like that I was right, I guess is the right word for this. I've figured out quite a bit of what's going on. Inference and all that jazz. I kind of thought the last 2 were probably going to be related to her in some way. I think it's almost a cop-out to have one be related to her as like her mom, and then I don't know. Honestly, I think it would have been more dramatic if it was reversed and Tomonari had been actually the one, and then we had that confession where he's like, I killed him. But like, I'm not evil. I'm not evil. Don't be mad at me. I'm not evil. It would have been great. It would have been so cool. But we'll see how it continues tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining me today. Good night, Jay. And good night, Sleazy, if you're still around. I know Asia's already in bed, so she's watching the VOD. Good night to you too. If you're watching this on YouTube, I do stream on Twitch. You can check me out on there. If you're watching this on Twitch, you like to see my older videos, you can watch them all on YouTube. Thank you so much for joining me tonight. I will be back tomorrow. Bye.